Hey guys, we'll get started here in a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. I do appreciate it. Alright guys, like I said, we'll get started here in a moment. Have the grab bag is up on the site. So if you guys are waiting, hoping that I would put a grab bag out there, it is on the site right now. Feel free to go ahead and check that out. Alright guys, hey, I'll catch up on the text here in a moment. Let me go grab my brewskis, and then I'll get caught up on all your comments and fun facts. Alright. What up, everybody? What up, Dad Break fan? Hope everybody's having a good day. A good start to their weekend. Alright, we'll get started here. Like I said, just a moment. Gotta get some gloves, and then we'll put some stuff out there. Good luck to all, but mainly me. Hey, sorry, Jeff, again about that. What up, Shauna? Got Troy, Shauna, Jeff, the other Troy, couple Troys in here. What up, Chris? Let's see. I don't want to miss anybody. Clinton, Jeff, David, Shauna, Chris again, Andrew, Thomas, Jeff. What up, everybody? Special welcome out there to Aiden. We've got Aiden with us tonight, so I want to give a shout out to Aiden. He's joining in from Michigan with his grandfather, David. So welcome, Aiden. Hopefully you'll have some fun. Try to keep most of my comments appropriate. I think I normally do. Silly, but at least appropriate. Alright. Tonight, I haven't seen Mr. Reef in there. Cut up, Chris, if you are in here. My beverage of choice tonight is going to be a Pilsner. It's a new Glarus Brewing Company. Thank you, everybody that has sent warm messages, thoughts. It has been overwhelmingly generous what people have sent to me and done to me, for me, and thought of me and said. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, my family's heart, so much. It has been a very rough few weeks, and I can't be more thankful for an amazing group of friends and community. So thank you, guys. Alright, guys. Here's a look at... put these to the side. What is out there if you bought 5 or more spots? Again, if you bought 5 or more spots, you always get something in the break room in the mail. Tonight, 5 or more spots, you're going to get a pack of Score 2025 Football Gravity, some Tops 22-23 stickers, some Donruss 2025 Baseball Gravity, a little throwback love here to 1991 Score Football, and a Chance of the Wemby rookie, a 23-24 NBA Hoops Gravity pack. So 5 or more spots, you're automatically going to get something in the mail. 10 or more, we got a pretty cool upgrade here. Alright, check out everything you're going to get for 10 or more tonight. A little extra here. 2021-2022 Illusions Basketball Jumbo Pack. Some Bowman Baseball 2019. Some Upper Deck 2020-21 Hockey. A little Donruss 2025 Football Gravity. And some Marvel Avengers Upper Deck. This is a booster pack. 2024 products. So all of this will be coming your way as long as you bought 5 or more, or 10 or more spots. 5 or more gets you the other set. 10 or more will get you that. Cheers to everybody out there. I am going to go over real quick what is out on the site. I can already see that the grab bag is flying off the radar. We have 9 spots available at this point in the grab bag, so did not take long for the grab bag. A little extra in there. Did something a little extra. You may have seen in the background a Ricky Williams. Ricky Williams, smoke weed every day. Sorry for the PG-13 crowd. Ricky Williams autographed pylon. That is going to be given away in the grab bag. Alright, so as part of the grab bag. So here is again a look at what's in this grab bag tonight. We have the pylon. We're going to do an autographed football mini helmet, 2 Gold Rush value packs, an autographed 8x10 photo, and then we have some other spots that either went unpaid, unsold. Got some spots in the 3 jersey Raz, Brett Hall, Jeremy Roenick, Jonathan Taylor, Luis Gonzalez, and Marshall Falk. We got spots in the single football jersey, the Packers, and then in the single baseball jersey, we have the Diamondbacks, Rockies, Rays, and Nationals. So it's a really good value I put on this, so hopefully you guys enjoy that. It's, like I said, really, really good value on my pricing that I put out here for everything that's involved with this. and it's basically sold out already, so that's amazing. The only thing that will be left after that, we just had about 3 spots left in the Centennial Baseball, which is an insane card. Could be, most of them are going to be autos. There are a few like really rare rookie cards, like from the Centennial Football. When we did that, we pulled a Tom Brady rookie card, for example. So huge potential from that. 1 autographed jersey and 1 autographed photo. So it's a 3-item break, and it's by letter, so you'll have 26 options with that. So that's a look at everything that's out there. Like I said, last I checked, there was only a couple spots left in each one of those. So that is a look at what we have in store for tonight. Welcome, everybody. I think that it would be a lot of fun to get started with a football break, but let's do the mini helmet break. It's the last one from this series, guys. Last mini helmet from this series. 1 mini helmet, and not 1 but 2 jerseys. And then I think by the time we do this, we'll have all those spots in our grab bags, so then we'll fill in the rest of the evening from there. Alright, so let's go ahead. Let's have some fun. I'm going to have everybody out there, and if you are new, welcome. The way I do my breaks, I do a lot of giveaways the entire evening. And I want everybody out there to put on one line 5 NFL players. 5 players, 1 line. If you guess a player that comes out of either jersey or the mini helmet, you are going to get automatically get a box of mystery. There will be no whammies if you guess a player correctly. And I've got a few really cool new giveaways to do tonight as well. So that should be fun on top of everything that we've already discussed. And wow, just like that, the grab bag is sold out. So thank you, guys. And real quick, on the site, I did want to point out that I've scheduled a break for next Friday. I'll keep moving forward with everything. We're just very uncertain times with my dad's health. So if I end up having to cancel a break, what I'll end up doing, or it won't be canceled, it'll be postponed and rescheduled for a later date. I will offer anybody that has a spot for that specific break the option of keeping it for a later date, or I'll give a full refund. It'll be your option. I'll make sure to message everybody when and if that does come. And it's not a matter of if, but when that does come up. But just wanted to let you know we still have plans for breaking next Friday, and it would be the 13th after that. So it's just going to be on Fridays for the time being while we're in this state of uncertainty and moving forward. But like I said, let's do the single mini helmet and not 1 but 2 jersey break. You're going to give me 5 players on 1 line. We're going to figure out the 2 jerseys that we're going to use tonight. Alright, so if you are new, we use random.org for figuring out these kind of things. And 1 and 2 are on the table. 1 was on your left, 2 is on your right. We also have 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. So 1, 2, so not 3 and not 8. Wait, not 3 and not 7. Not 3 and not 7. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. 9 and 10. Alright, guys, 9 and 10. Let me grab those 2. Alright, 9 and 10. There's 1, and then there's 2. Alright, so this is box 9, this is box 10, this is box 1. We'll end this specific break with the mini helmet. Alright, guys. Welcome, welcome. If you have questions, just let me know. I need my basketball game to end so I can watch mine. I'm assuming it's a Pitt Panther game? I don't even know. Or maybe someone else. Hey, what up, Aiden? Detroit Pistons, maybe? Alright, we got Jake with the Cardinals. Clinton's got the Falcons. Joshua in the house with the Ravens. James Earl Jones with the Buffalo Bills. Chris H with the Panthers. Troy, other day, yeah, I figured out. Hey, not the brightest here, Shauna. Sometimes the light bulb shines with a little bit of black light, so, you know. Troy's got the Bears. Mike has the Bengals. William's got the Browns. Jared with the Boys. David's got the Broncos and his Lions. Mike has the Packers. David with the Texans. Jeff has the Colts. William with the Jags. Case has the Chiefs. William with the Raiders. Stephanie's got the Chargers. Andrew's got the Rams. David's got his Dolphins, the Vikes, the Pats, and the New Orleans Saints. Joshua has the G-Men. David with the Jets. Daniel's going to fly with his Eagles. David with the Steelers, Joshua with the Niners, Richard with the Seahawks, Case with the Bucks, Chris has the Titans, and David sitting on the commode. Alright, guys, no more guesses. No more guesses. Alright, let's bring out the little pizza delight. Can never go wrong with the little pepperoni on your pizza. Game on. Game on, box 9. Box 9. We're going to cut into this area down here to see what we got. Alright, so box 9, cutting into this area. Good luck, everybody. One more tap, game on. I see. Oh, look at this. Look at this Philadelphia Eagle. Now, this is some karma. Alright, Daniel, this worked out well for you. Look at this. Randall Cunningham. This was my dad's favorite modern-day Eagle. Although I will give you... he actually had a Mitchell and Ness Cunningham jersey, so that's awesome. I love that. Now there's some good karma floating in the air. I will point out it does look like a little blur in the signature right there. That's not too bad. From a distance, it looks more like a blur. When you look close, it actually doesn't as blurry. But there we go. Randall Cunningham. Randall Cunningham. There we go. Actually, I was just talking about him with my dad today. I tried to have a conversation. It was hard, but we tried to have a conversation today about Cunningham. So about quarterbacks, his favorite players as a fan. All right, nice hit, Daniel, Randall Cunningham. Alright, JSA on the authentication. Alright, game on, box 10. Box 10. Secondary seal, or main seal I should point out, this way. Alright, we're going to stay in that same division. Look at this. Look at this. How about Ryan Kerrigan? Ryan Kerrigan, this is going to be a Commander/Redskin jersey. Ryan Kerrigan. Alright, and that's a Commanders. That's going out to David. David, that is JSA in your authentication for the former Washington alumnus. I'll just go like that. I guess I'm not supposed to say skins too often. I don't do it to be politically incorrect, so. Or correct, I don't know. I guess it's just Ryan Kerrigan. Alright, David. JSA. Aiden. Grandpa's on the board. Yes. Alright. Box 1. Box 1. Game on. Front. There's the back. If Gary Anderson makes that field goal, and nobody wants to hear this in Minnesota, but if Gary Anderson makes that field goal, Randall Cunningham's going to the Super Bowl. We have a specialty helmet. Specialty helmet coming out of here from the San Francisco Treat. We have Frank Gore. Frank Gore on a Beckett authenticated slate helmet for the 49ers. That's going out to Joshua. All right, Joshua. Nice looking slate. Frank Gore, future Hall of Famer, right there. Frank Gore. Yeah, no, I can't argue with the with those assessments. It just Gary Anderson had like one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NFL, and then that happened. Being a Steelers fan, I was extremely familiar with Gary Anderson too. All right, guys. Cunningham, Gore, and Kerrigan. Cunningham, Gore, and Kerrigan. All right, guys. Gary Carter, Chris Carter. Chris Carter was teammates with Cunningham in Philadelphia as well, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's the case. Maybe they missed each other by a year. I'm not sure. They were within a year of each other in Philly if they weren't. They both definitely played for Buddy Ryan. That I can tell you. Oh, I brought up bad memories, Jeff. Now Moss there that year? Yeah, he was a rookie, right? Was that his rookie year? Moss's rookie year? All right, so I gotta mark down who got this correct. Um, Cunningham or Gore would be the likely guesses. Gore? No Gore guess. Okay, that's a little. Alright, and Kerrigan. Alright, nobody with a correct guess on this one. If I miss somebody, let me know. But I'm not seeing a correct guess. Oh, Thomas, you're welcome. It came a day early. I wasn't sure. I figured I'd just buy it that way. It saved me on buying shipping and then made my mom. I had a copy here, and I was just like, saves me $5 on shipping, and it'll make my mom happy to see another sale. So I just sent it through Amazon. He was there. Okay, he must have been a rookie then. I couldn't remember if that was the 98 or 99 season, or 97 or 98 season, so I couldn't remember. Alright, here's the deal. No one guessed correctly, but I'm going to put some fun stuff out there, okay? Some fun stuff out there. Alright, so potential for some biggies. Alright, so potential for some big stuff coming here. Two hits, one whammy. Alright, so we're going to have two hits and one whammy. As long as you have a comment. I'm taking that. I am taking it. Thank you, Jake. I did know that you said that my mom actually was able to track two sales. So I assumed mine was one and then that was probably the other one. So thank you very, very much. Alright, literally just took a whole bunch of comments here. And guess what? Top name gonna pick a box of mystery here. There's one, two, three. There's four. We're five. There's six. One more makes it 7 times. Alright, we're gonna have Andrew. Andrew. Alright, Frank is awesome. Hey, I said I was taking everybody on this, so 7 times. That's going to leave Andrew. Andrew, you get to pick a box of mystery, and I'm going to have, after Andrew picks his, I'm going to let, so David, I'm going to let your grandson pick a box here, all right? So I'm going to let David's grandson pick a box here. That's going to be Aiden. So Aiden's going to get a box, and so will Andrew Ryan. I don't know what the Clinton container is, but this one's a pretty good beer. This Pilsner, Chris. This one's definitely. I like this one a little bit more than that the Babes one last week. All right, silver and gold. All right, that means you both passed up on. The. I'm just gonna say gold would be the gold box. We'll just go with that. You are welcome. Tell Aiden our teenage lore for watching the breaks is welcome. Alright, that means you both passed up on the whammy. Inside the whammy, we have, coming up in just a few days, Read Across America Day. So I had a little bow tie from Dr. Seuss. Alright, so a Dr. Seuss bow tie was our whammy. No Read Across America whammy for either of yous. That means we'll go with, we're going to do Aiden. Aiden is going to get the silver box. Andrew, we'll save yours. Alright, here's the silver box. Ooh, Aiden, we've never opened up one of these in the break room. This is a historic autographs. Did you know these are question packs? Alright, so these are question packs. There are relics that are potential in here. Alright, so we're going to open this up, historic autographs, and there are going to be questions in here and good trivia to maybe ask family and friends. Alright, and there is a short print in the back here. Alright, there is Nichelle Nichols. Did you know Nichelle Nichols? We have a Bill Singer. Did you know Bill Singer? Did you know? These are nice looking cards too, by the way. We have a short print of Nichelle Nichols. Alright, so they're actually going to have two of the same. And then, how about this? Former Rookie of the Year from the interestingly enough, in a Reds uniform, but former Dodger Rookie of the Year, Todd Hollandsworth. And for example, did you know Todd Hollandsworth, 1973 to present, was the 5th Dodger player to win Rookie of the Year in a Major League 5-year winning streak? 5th Rookie of the Year in a row. It started with Eric Karros, followed by Mike Piazza, then Real Mondesi, then Hideo Nomo, followed by, finally, Todd Hollandsworth. Alright, so did you know? And then it has a little did you know down here. This one was, okay, so this is short printed. This is out of 300, the Hollandsworth. They only made 300 of that card. This one is out of 200. This one here is number 36 of 75 on your Bill Singer. Your Bill Singer is a very short print. They only made 75 of this one. This one is number 36. And then this one here, this other Nichols, is out of 300. So all very short prints on these. No relic, but we did get a short print. So thought that would be fun. My era too. I wasn't a Dodger fan, but that's my era right there, though. That for sure. All right, Aiden, that's your pack. All right, so those cards will be coming your way to Aiden. All right, hopefully he'll enjoy those, dude. All right, these are going to be Andrew's. Andrew, you have a real nice pack here, Andrew. How about a pack of Optic 2016 football? Alright, so Optic 2016. Not an everyday pack that you're able to get your hands on. 10 years ago now, believe it or not. Wow. 10 years ago. 2016 does not feel like 10 years ago. Sometimes I guess it does, but in the moment, not so much. Alright, how about an Emmanuel Sanders? Alright, we got junk card and an instant Panini card. We actually have a little stickage going on. Not too hard, or, not 1983 kind of stickage, but, alright, a little separation of our prism, it looks like. Alright, Emmanuel Sanders Optic. A Tony Romo. Here's your prism. Rookie. Reggie Ragland on an Optic. Prism Rookie. And then one more. How about a Chris Moore rated rookie? A Chris Moore rated rookie. Alright, that is your pack 2016. Reggie Ragland. Ragland. Alright. Those cards come your way, Andrew. Alright. Give me one moment to process these orders that came in. Everything is now sold out. You guys are awesome. I'll put like 10. Let me take care of like 10 of these since we started. There's like 10. I'll take care of those. And then we'll do another break, and then I'll take care of the rest later. How about that? After the break. That probably makes the most sense at this point. And I appreciate the understanding that everybody's breaks the last, month. I've been shipping a little slower than my normal shipping pace. I still am doing my hardest to get them out as fast as possible, but they have been a little bit slower, just because, as you guys know, I've been dedicating some of my time to not working and spending time with my family. So thank you guys for the understanding. I appreciate it. I'm working hard to get everybody's orders out as fast as possible still, though. Alright, so I've got Daniel. Daniel, I got you in there. Let me put everybody's name that's got these grab bags. A lot of grab bags. Daniel. Clinton. Got you, Clinton. Christopher. Got you. We have Mr. Bruns. What up, Troy? Let's put in Mr. Evans. What up, Mike? Got 2 of those guys. Candace. Got you, Candace. You are in there, and you are in our Centennial. Then we've got Mike, Michael, Chris, Rick, Justin, and Jake. Let me put you guys all in. Alright, so Jake, I have you for 5. Alright, Jake. Jake the Snake. I like Jake's name. I'm not going to have any more kids, but maybe I'll name a pet after Jake. Maybe a snake. I don't know. I do like the name Jake, though. Alright, Justin, got you. Rick! What up, Rick? I've got you in there grabbing, and that is Mr. Belker. I got you in for 10. Right, Rick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, there are 10 spots for you, Rick. Chris, I got you in for 2. We have Michael. Michael, I have you in for 4. Michael C. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Mike C. Michael and then Mike C has 2. Alright, we'll stop there for now. And let's go in. Let me make sure I have it filled up here. Give me 1 second. I do want to make sure I have this filled out. Alright, I do. I just want to make sure it was all filled out. Let's do a baseball break that we haven't done in a while. Oops, I don't even have the right name on this. Give me a second here. Ooh, alert. Alright, there we go. Let's do a batting helmet. We have not been able to do a batting helmet in quite a while, guys. A baseball batting helmet. New break, new series recently released, and I'm excited about this. Let's do a baseball product. For this, all I'm going to have everybody do, even though there's going to be jersey and it's going to come from a fresh case, and I'll bring that here in a second, I want everybody in the chat, I want you to give me 2 major league teams. 2 major league teams. And if it comes out of the helmet or the helmet only, you're going to get a chance here at a Box of Mystery. And I've got some really good stuff for baseball Box of Mystery tonight. So 2 teams, helmet only on your guess. Helmet only. And for this, we're just going to take the jersey that is on the top. We're going to take the jersey, it's on the very top, and we're going to use that in this break. So I'm just going to go in. brand new black bag case, and the jersey that's on top, we're going to use that one. Pretty simple, straightforward. Why not? Alright, so I gotta figure out the helmet though. We do have two helmets. I have 96 behind me and 63 on the table. Alright, so 63 is on the table. Alright, so 63 and 96. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Alright, 63. 63, sticking with what's out there. Alright, 63. Alright, remember, your guess is for the helmet only. I figured we'd go with helmet only on this one. Alright, we got Jake with the Diamondbacks, Michael L with the Braves, Michael C with the Orioles, Brandon's got the Red Sox, Troy with the Cubs, Chris got the White Sox, Curtis with the Reds, Thomas with the Guardians of the Galaxy, Juan Gone with the Rockies, David's got his Tigers, Jeff with the Astros, we've got Mark with the Royals, Ryan with the Angels, Jake has the Dodgers, Troy's got the Marlins, Chad's got his Brew Crew, we've got David with the Twins, Mark with the Mets, George has the Yanks, Mark with the A's, Daniel with the Phillies, Justin with the Buccos, Case with the Friars, Zach's got his Giants, Mark with the M's, David with the Cards, Chris has the Rays, Michael Motorcycle with the Rangers, Mike has the Jays, and James has the Nats. Alright guys, good luck. Troy, do you need a second to put, it looks like you retracted yours. I missed it. What did Kevin say? What up, Kevin? No, I missed it. Hey, what up, Kevin? Alright, guys. Good luck, everybody. Alright, remember, guesses for this box only. This box only. But, no buts. I need to get baseball legend. Nothing like a buck night at a pirate game with my dad as a kid. $1 hot dogs on Wednesdays in the late 80s. $1 Cokes, $1 hot dogs, and $1 pretzels. My dad would we weren't well off. My dad would let us get 2 items. Always with the drink. So Coke. I drank a Coke in the 80s. I'm a Coke Zero guy now because I drank too many of those Cokes in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. But Coke, a hot dog, and a pretzel. $3. The ticket was $1 for under $5 a person. We were having a good time at the Buccos. Buck night, hot dog, $3. Here we go. Oh yeah, big hits. Alright, we're going to open up this jersey, see what we got. Remember, we got the mini, or the full-size helmet paired up with this, and that's what you guys are going for with your guesses. Alright, the jersey. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know who this is. Celestine? Who's Celestine? This is clearly a Mariner. Alright, I know a lot about baseball. Celestine? Okay. Someone's gonna tell me that it's a relief pitcher and that I'm an idiot. Celestine? Mariners. Fenlon Celestine. Felnin Celestine. Alright. Clearly a prospect. And a prospect that is off my radar. So, hold on. It's a Seattle Mariner. Mark, you're getting a hit here. And this one's off my radar. So, Felnin Celestine. Felnin Celestine is the top shortstop prospect in the Mariners organization, and he's a youngster. Man, he's a youngster. He's 20 years old. 20 years old. Signed out of the Dominican Republic just 2 years ago. All right, so here we go. Felnin Celestine, Seattle Mariner prospect right there. I am going to try not to have that shadow. All right, that is, sorry about the shadow, but that is his write-up in last year's Baseball Prospect Handbook. Alright, so you can go ahead, Mark, if you need to, and screenshot that and do a little read-up on the prospect for the Mariners. Alright. Felnin Celestine, Seattle Mariner prospect. That's actually cool. A prospect that I just learned a little bit about. Keeper League. All right, Seattle Mariners. Mark Feldman Celestine. I was like, if it's a major leaguer, and honestly, we don't pull a lot of prospect jerseys in baseball, so that's why it threw me off. I was like, if it's a major leaguer, it's got to be a reliever, because otherwise I would know who Feldman Celestine is. But being a prospect and not a top 3 prospect, that explained it. All right, guys, here we go. This is the one the guesses are for. Oh yeah, meat and potatoes. Nom, 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 nom. On the meat. Alright, this is box 63. And if you are new, my daughter makes the good luck charms that look like this. We have some fun with that in the break room. Alright, this is the first seal. Put that guy right there. Then it goes all the way across. Back, forth, topsy-turvy. One cut. There's another. Give it a pop up, all the way across. Here's our mini helmet. I keep saying mini. It's a full-size helmet. Full-size helmet. And, ooh, I am really curious. Now, it's probably his former team. A former first-round draft pick here. But he broke out in a big way when he changed teams. Okay, it is his former team, guys. This is the team. He was a first-round draft pick. Last year, he changed teams and had a breakout campaign after changing teams. We have from the Chicago White Sox, we have first baseman Andrew Vaughn. All right, so Andrew Vaughn on a Beckett Authenticated. This is a 2020 MLB full-size helmet right there of Andrew Vaughn, and this is going to be a White Sox hit. Chicago White Sox on the hit right there. Andrew Vaughn, and that's going to go out to Chris. Chris, congratulations. All right, so that's Chris H. Andrew Vaughn. Not the Wild Thing. No Ricky in this one. Although some people would say before this trade trade to the Brewers that he was the Wild Thing. I believe, Jose, you are correct on that, actually. All right, do we have a White Sox guess? We do. Francis. What up, Francis? I see Francis with the White Sox guess. Anybody else? All right, Francis. I could be the only one. I could be wrong, but the only name I see right there is Francis. Alright, Francis, I am going to put together the 3 boxes of mystery. 3 boxes of mystery for my main man here, Francis. Francis. Whoop, whoop. Francis, you are going to have the option of the Flower Power, The gingerbread or the trash? Yeah, Troy, it was only on the helmet. No worries. You've got the trash. Alright, Francis, that means you passed up on the flower power. Inside the flower power was a 1-of-1 proof. Alright, so a vivid proof pack. A 1-of-1 24 vivid proof. So missed out on the baseball thing. Alright, now Francis, you passed up on the whammy. Alright, inside the whammy was your very own pair of Elvis Presley socks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like it. Like Romosh. Alright, so those guys out of here. Alright, Francis, you are going to have a chance here. You're getting a hobby pack. 1 in 3, it's like 1 out of every 2.5 packs has either an auto or memorabilia card, Francis. Alright, Francis, let's see what you're pulling here. 1 of every 2.5 packs has an auto or memorabilia card. Alright. There's a Nathan Kirby, a little Nathan Kirby love. There's a backwards card in here. No, it's not backwards. Alright. Christian Stewart. There is a Franklin Burrito hype card. You have a Cody Petit. This guy is back in the majors this year. I think did he sign with the Blue Jays? Cody Petit. And Brecken Williams. I reckon you're going to take home a Brecken. Alright, nothing huge. A couple guys. Kirby, Stewart. Actually, 4 of the guys have made the major leagues. I don't remember Brecken Williams. The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember if he made it to the majors. But nothing huge, unfortunately, Francis. But those cards coming your way. Hey, you are welcome. Welcome. Alright. Give me a moment. I want to put in the rest of the names that grabbed a spot tonight. So just bear with me a moment as I do that. And then we'll get into our grab bag situation. And we have a lot of fun stuff with the grab bag. Alright, so George, I've got you in 2 spots with the grab bag. I hope you guys like the grab bag. It's my fun way of giving back right before the break. Not much profit or anything on my end. More about selling some of the spots that didn't go, or that were unpaid, unsold, and then hey, if you're not going to get a hit in the night, have a chance at a guaranteed item at the very least for some people as well. So try to have fun with this. It's been popular so far, so I think it's been appreciated, but let me know. Alright, Charlene. I had Paul. I've got Charlene. Andrew. We've got Chris. I got Chris with the 3 spots in this. Jake getting a spot in this and in the Centennial. Andrew getting a spot in the Centennial. Mr. Hawks grabbing 2 spots in the grab bag, the last 2. And then it was Thomas grabbing the last spot in the Centennial. Alright guys, thank you so much for filling this out for me tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Alright guys, a lot on the table. Hey, PG-13, I guess I got to give that out there. Ricky Williams autograph pylon this year. Ricky Williams, smoke weed every day. This is going to be going out to somebody. We're going to have 2 people getting a Gold Rush value pack, and then one person getting an autographed photo. These are the guaranteed items right there. Guaranteed to get something. Alright. Then we're going to have spots, and we have a mini helmet going out. So, a lot of good stuff here. I'll put that mini helmet out to the side right there. Alright. I have to bring on the camera, the grab bag situation. Alright, so kind of rudimentary how I have it set up, but it makes sense. We have the Ricky Williams pylon, 2 Gold Rush packs, the 8x10 auto photo. Top 4 names will get that. Then the rest is going to be the spots to fill in. We have the Gold Rush football single jersey break, Packers, then single baseball jersey break. We have the Diamondbacks, Rockies, Rays, Nationals. Then in our 3 jersey Raz, we have the Brett Hall, Jeremy Roenick, Jonathan Taylor, Luis Gonzalez, and Marshall Falk. And then in our mini helmet 2022 TriStar, we have all the teams. Alright, so that's all the teams right there. Okay. This is everybody that bought a spot. I'm going to put it into random.org. The top 7, so the top names, it'll be as we do this 7 times, essentially. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3. We're at 4. There's 5. We're at 6. Remember, top name gets Ricky. Let's go. 7 times. Troy. Mr. Bruns is getting the autograph. Ricky Williams, smoke weed every day. Pylon. Mr. Bruns, congratulations, Troy. All the way down here, Jake will have the Commanders. I'm going to copy this. That's, again, to look at the 46 names that had spots. Go in here. And we're going to paste this. Alright, Mr. Bruns gets the pylon. Rick's going to get one of the value packs. Daniel, you're going to get the other value pack. Daniel, I'll end up having you tell me left or right. Mr. Harrison, you're going to get an autographed photo. And then the rest of the names are going to fill in Paul, Jeff, Michael, Candace, Rick, Michael, Christopher, Chris, Michael. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you all the spots for that mini helmet. I'm going to copy these. And I will show you that momentarily. I'll refresh this. And so you'll see the spots in our mini helmet break here momentarily. Alright, so this is a look at the spots in the mini helmet break. If you guys are interested in making a trade, you guys will be able to discuss that amongst yourselves. I'm going to fill in all the spots that we had in a little bit, but I'm going to let Troy know. Troy, Mr. Bruns, this is your autographed pylon. Congratulations. Look at that. That is going to be Beckett on your authentication. There you go. Ricky, 420-ish. Congratulations. All right. I have some plastic to put that in, so don't worry. It'll be in a pylon. Alright, Daniel, I'm going to have you select left or right. Left or right, Daniel. Rick is going to get the other one. Rick, Mr. Belker 1 is going to get the other one. And then Chris, you have the option of number 6 or number 8. Mr. Harrison, 6 or 8 for your photo. You can let me know which one of those you would like. Alright. Alright, Daniel is going with the right. And then Rick. And then Chris Harrison. Alright. I've got you. Alright, Daniel, you said right. Alright, this one's the one on the right. Rick's going to get the one on the left. And then Chris, you wanted number 8. This is number 8. I'll put your name on that. We'll take 6 off. This is that mini helmet. We'll get into that here in a little bit for the break that we mentioned. Alright. Let me take 6 off. Alright, we'll open up these guaranteed giveaways now. Alright. Rick, since you didn't get to pick Mr. Belker, this is the one that Daniel passed up on. Alright, so Daniel passed up on this one. for the one that he'll be getting here in a second, and this is going to be yours, Rick. All right, Rick, 3 cards. 3 cards. Well, how about this? This is nice. All right, Daniel, you might have liked this one. Daniel, you would have liked this one, but that's okay. Rick's going to get this, and Rick's going to be happy camper. Rick, you got an Artist Gilmore throwback card to the 80s. The love for Artist Gilmore, the Hall of Famer. How about a rated rookie of Najee Harris, rated rookie. And Rick, this is the one you're going to love. This is cool. This is real nice. How about an Allen Iverson? Look at that auto on that Allen Iverson. PSA 10 on that Iverson. That is a nice Reebok Iverson. We pulled his Reebok shoes just the other day, actually. Check them out. This is from 1997, the Skybox 97 Iverson. So it's a rookie. All right, Rick. So that's really cool. All right, Rick, that'll be coming your way. All right, Daniel. No Uggs yet. You could get something bigger. We don't know yet. But this will be yours, Daniel. This guy right here. Let's open up, see what you got. All right, Daniel. You have an auto. Okay. Now this card I don't know much about. Project 2020. Okay, here we go. Check this out. You have an autograph Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on-card auto out of 25 with a patch from a uniform right there. All right, so it's a Ricky Stenhouse. Yes, he is Wild Ricky. Sometimes he's in first. Sometimes he wrecks on the 13th lap. You never know. But that is a Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on-card auto with a patch. How about a Jamar Chase rated rookie? Jamar Chase rated rookie. And then last but not least, how about this Project 2020 slabbed Ricky Henderson? That is a thick card right there. And you know Ricky likes this. Ricky loves Ricky. Ricky Henderson right there from the Oakland A's. All right, so you got Ricky Stenhouse, Ricky Henderson, and Jamar Chase. Not bad, Daniel. Not bad at all. First or last is correct. All right, Daniel, those are yours. All right, guys, here we go, Chris. Look at this one here. This one's coming to you, Chris. Autographed. This was number 8. Look at this running back. It's a sweet photo in his college uni and college colors. How about Travis Etienne? Travis Etienne, and that signature pops on the black and white, as does his uni. All right, Travis Etienne on the Clemson auto. That, by the way, JSA authentication for you, Chris. JSA on your authentication. Hey, Daniel, you're welcome. I know it's not AI, but it's still a nice one. Ricky would have liked it. All right. Let me just mark these down real quick. All right, guys, congratulations. All right, Real quick, I just need to put in the other spots that I have here from the break. Alright. These were the carryovers on to the Raz and the single jersey spots. Alright, so we got Paul with the pack attack. Alright, Paul, you've got the Packers. We're going to have Jeff with the Diamondbacks. That's Jeff H. He'll have the Diamondbacks. Michael's going to have the Rockies. By the way, Jeff H., I have something really special coming to you in the mail that I think you'll appreciate. Candace, we lost our appeal on that item that just thought I'd let you know. We lost the appeal, and I still have something that I think you're going to like a lot. I hope you do. It's a surprise. I'm not going to tell you, but you do have a nice surprise I think you'll really appreciate. Christopher, Michael had Jeremy Arnott. Christopher S. has Jonathan Taylor. Chris, who just got the nice hit, has Luis Gonzalez. And then Michael Evans has Marshall Falk, who I think Mr. Evans would like. Alright. And then we have everybody as aforementioned. Alright, guys. It is time for that mini helmet break that we were talking about here momentarily. Are there anybody that's out there wanting to make a trade? Hey, you are welcome, Candace. And thank you as well. Alright, guys. Any trades on this mini helmet? It's the one you see on the table. If not, we're going to get right into this. It is this mini helmet right here on the table. I know somebody asked about the Cardinals. I don't have Rick in on this that I'm aware of. I'll double check, but I don't think Rick's in. Nope. Alright. Since I'm not seeing any trades, I'm going to tell everybody right now, you're just going to put one NFL team. One NFL team. Every single person that guesses correctly is getting a box of mystery. So that's it. One NFL team. If 3 people guess, if nobody guesses, if 18 people guess correctly, that's how many people are getting a box of mystery here. So go ahead. Give me one NFL team. I've got Candace with the Cardinals. Rick has the Falcons. George has the Ravens. Andrew's got the Buffalo Bills. Rick has the Panthers. Chris has the Bears. Clinton's got the Bungles. We've got Jake with the Browns. George with the Boys. Charlene with the Broncos. Jake with the Lions. Michael's got the Packers. Jake with the Texans. Paul's got the Colts. Daniel with the Jags. Mike has the Chiefs. Justin with the Raiders. Charlene has the Chargers. Michael's got the Rams. Rick with the Dolphins and the Vikes. Jeff has the Pats. Michael's got the Saints. Rick's got the Giants and the Jets. Jake has the Eagles. Chris with the Steelers. Jake has the Niners. Chris has the Seahawks. Rick with the Bucks. Mike has the Titans. And Jake sitting on the commode. Alright, guys. I'm calling it already. Let's go. No more guesses. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright. Let's get our good luck football in the cold duck out there. Quack, 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 quack. Alright, guys. Sealed up all the way around. Doing its thing. It's a lot. It can be a sight to behold. Let's go. Alright, secondary seal. As with all TriStar products, right up top here. We're going to give that a cut and see what we got. We have... Ooh, it is getting hot in here. Does someone have any shade? We have Shady McCoy on a Fly Eagle Fly helmet. LaShawn McCoy. LaShawn McCoy on this. Alright, Shady is going to the Eagles. That's Jake. Jake. Congratulations, Shady. LaShawn McCoy. Former Pitt Panther. came to Pitt shortly after Jake, your guy out there, graduated. Not long after Larry Fitz graduated. Alright, so the Eagles on the hit. LaShawn McCoy. God, for sure. Alright, Shady. Going out to Jake. Alright, Eagles guesses. Where are my Eagles guesses? Candace is the only Eagles guess that I see. If I'm missing somebody, let me know. But Candace is the only Eagles guess that I see. Alright, Candace. Box of Mystery is forthcoming. Candace. Alright, Candace, we have silver, we have shark, and we have the gingerbread house. Alright, which one of these, Candace, would you like to take as your own? Going with the silver. Alright, Candace. That means you passed up on the shark. Inside the shark was a jumbo pack. A jumbo value pack of Donruss Elite Football. Alright, so a nice pack of Donruss Elite. Missed out on that. Candace. You also passed up on a pack of 1918, the end of the Great War. For those that aren't aware, end of World War I. This is a historic autographs pack. So the 1918, these are hobby packs, by the way. All the historic autograph packs I have are hobby packs. So you missed out on that one. Alright, Candace. The Mean Green Machine might be a whammy. Alright, Candace. Not all whammies created equal, though. Thanks to Justin, we have the Green Giant. Oh, yeah, look at that. Green Giant. Little goodness there. Your tasty goodness there. Eat your green beans. Eat your peas. You know it. Green Giant. Yeah, like the green bean. That's exactly what it is. It's an ad icon, is what they call that series. It's an ad icon. You are welcome. Shout out to Justin again. Justin hooked us up with some of these, so Justin S, thank you. Alright, time to open a new brewski. Cheers. And then we'll do a baseball break. This week in baseball with Mel Allen. Alright, guys. Let me hit refresh on this. Alright, the ones in green that came from our grab bag. Came from the grab bag. Alright, so we have our baseball in here. Let me see. Alright, it'll be this guy right here. This guy. Or could be box 5, 3 or 5. Single Gold Rush baseball jersey. Alright. Ho, ho, ho. Green Giant. Alright, for this, guys. I am going to have... We're going to do the same deal. One Major League Baseball team. Put it in the chat. Any team comes out of the box of mystery. Every single person will get a box of mystery. Alright? If it comes out of this box on the screen, everybody that guesses correctly will get a box of mystery. Alright, we have to pick between boxes 3 and 5. Here, 3 and 5. 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 3, the one that's out there, we're rolling. Alright, Jeff, you have the Diamondbacks. George with the Braves. Troy's got the Orioles. Daniel O has the Red Sox and the Cubs. David has the White Sox. Jeff has the Reds and the Guards. Michael has the Rocks. David has the Tigers. Shirlene with the Astros. George has the Royals, the Angels. Daniel O, the Dodgers. George has the Marlins. David M with the Brew Crew. Kyle Style with the Twins. George has the Mets and the Yanks. David with the A's. Daniel with the Phillies. David's got the Pirates. Troy's got the Padres. Zachary's got the Giants. Troy's got the M's. We've got Michael C with the Cards. Candace with the Rays. David with the Rangers. Mike has the Jays. And Rick swinging big with the Nats. Alright, guys, call and last guesses. David. Where's David out there? David M. I want you to have Aiden. I want Aiden to give me a Major League Baseball division. Can you ask David, if you don't mind, ask Aiden to put a Major League Baseball division, give you one, and we'll give him credit for that. Alright, guys, I'm calling no more guesses here. Let's get Aiden's guess in there. Oh, David's there, yep. AL Central. Alright, staying close to home. Alright, guys, good luck to everybody out there. Let's get the Whopper. Yum, yum. Give me some Whopper. Alright, box 3, box 3. This is sealed up all the way around. Tasty goodness. Good luck, everybody. Secondary seal. All that magic. Lots to go for. Look at this. Look at this youngster. From the Washington Nationals. This came up. This was a grab bag spot. A grab bag. A big hit for the grab bag spot. Rick. Big night for you, Rick. You got the Allen Iverson. Now, how about a James? Look at that. Mr. Wood. James Wood coming out of here for the Nationals. Nationals. You would get that. James Wood. Big time hit. I was, when you see James Wood and someone was to show you him and say this dude is only 23 years old, you'd be like, what? No. Beckett authenticated on that big time. And I heard they tried him out in right field in spring training. He's been a DH left fielder mostly, but in a little right field now too. Alright, James Wood, nice pull. David, you said that. I said that. Woo! Alright, nationals. Where are my national guesses? I don't see one. Alright, I don't see a nationals guess, but I'm going to have someone have a 50-50 chance here at a hit or a very, very legit whammy. Alright, someone's going to get a hit or a whammy. Alright, hit or a whammy. And I'm going to have some fun with this. Let's do it up. Give me a second because I'm going to give someone a chance. Someone's either going to get a guaranteed auto or a really, really real whammy. Alright, so someone's either getting a guaranteed auto or a whammy. It's go time. Alright. Top name. Has to be the top name. Has to be a name. Has to be a name. We'll get it. Alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 6. One more makes it 7 times. We're going to have Gilbert. Alright, Gilbert. Gilbert, you get to tell me silver or gold. Silver or gold for Gilbert. Let me get some stickers. New sheet. Alright, Gilbert. Silver or gold? Gold it is. Alright, Gilbert. Gilbert, that means you passed up on silver. Inside of silver, Gilbert, was the hobby pack with the guaranteed autographed pack. Could be 1 auto, 1 member card, or 2 autos. Alright, so Gilbert, you missed out on the big one. That means you've got a whammy. Whammy! And because St. Patrick's Day is coming up and you got the golden box, how about your very own stash of gold and green coins? Alright, gold and green coins for your St. Patrick's Day. These will be there just in time to have some fun with the friends. Who knows? Maybe get everybody a round of homemade beverages. Alright, Gilbert. That is coming your way. Alright. It is time for our single football jersey. Single football jersey. Sorry, Gilbert. Of course not. But hopefully it's a sign of some good luck. A little lucky charm for you. Alright, guys. For this one, everybody out there is going to put one NFL division. One NFL division. Everybody that guesses correctly for this. And David, you can put a guess for you, and then I want you to specify which guess is for Aiden, if you don't mind. We'll do that the rest of the night, David. I'll have you put a guess, and then I'll have you give a guess, and just specify that it's Aiden's guess. How about we do that for the rest of the night, David? Give Aiden a chance at some of these. Alright, one NFL division. Everybody guesses correctly get a chance at a box of mystery. Alright. I've got box number 1 on the table, box number 5 in the back of the den. 1 and 5. Alright, so 1, 5. 1 time, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 5. Let's make that swap. Alright, box 5. placing box 1. Alright guys, Troy, you've got the cards. Cody's got the Falcons. Daniel B with the Ravens. Mike has the Bills. Barbara's got the Panthers. Tony's got the Bears. George with the Bungles. Troy L with the Broncos and the Browns and the Boys. Jeff has the Broncos. David's got his Lions. Paul's got the Packers. David M with the Texans. Rick's got the Colts. William with the Jags. Troy has the Chiefs. David M with the Raiders. Troy has the Chargers. Michael's got the Rams. William's got the Dolphins. Roman's got the Vikes and the Pats. We've got David with the Saints and the Giants and the Jets. Tony's got the Eagles. Troy's got the Steelers. Jeff with the Niners. Masha's got the Seahawks. Jeff with the Bucks. Adam's got the Titans. And Jeff is sitting on the commode. Alright, calling no more guesses. Let's go. Good luck, everyone. Alright, for this. Here we go! Big hit! Quarterback! Oh yeah! Here we go! Oh yeah! Alright, box 5. There's our seal down there, all the way around. Looking good. First cut. Quarterback! Alright, second seal. Let's go. Quarterback! Speaking of quarterbacks, from the Jets, Jets, we have Justin Fields. Justin Fields on a Jets jersey. All right, Justin Fields. David, how about that? Justin Fields on a New York Football Jets jersey. Not every day we pulled a Jets Justin Fields, but there we go. David on the board with the Jets. Alright, fly high, David, fly high. Alright, that'll be an AFC East hit, by the way, for the guesses. Alright, and that is a Jets hit for David. Justin Fields. Alright, AFC East. David with the hit and the guess. Alright, AFC East. Chris with the guess. What up, Mr. Reefer? Alright, those are the only 2 correct guesses that I see. I'm on the board, soup! Alright, we put together these boxes of mystery for the 2 of you guys. Alright, so it'll be Chris and David. With a chance here at a box of mystery. And Chris and David. Chris and David on the battlefield. We have gold, we have silver, and we have the police. Bad boys, what you gonna do? Alright, David and Chris. This is all you. 1 time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. David, you get to pick a box of mystery. Alright, David, which box of these would you like? We have gold, we have silver, and we have the police. Gold, silver, and police for David. Daniel, did you ask me to send him stuff? Because Rick typically watches this on the replay, so I'm not sure if he even sees the chat. So Daniel, if you want, send me that message, and I can definitely reach out. I don't remember if you had me do that already. I apologize. I might have even sent it if you did. I don't remember, so I just want to make sure. Either way, send me a quick message. It could be like one sentence, and I'll reach out to him for you. Alright, want the gold, David. Alright, David, it means you passed up on silver. Inside of silver is a pack of Donruss Elite 2025. Donruss Elite 2025. Alright, then you passed up on the police. This was a big one. How about a pack of Prism 2024 Jumbo? 2024 Jumbo Value Pack. Alright. David, that means this guy is going to be yours. This is your whammy! Alright. How about this? How about a little sweet tart? Alright. You are going to get your very own set of sweet tarts. Well, okay, you're going to get a sweet tart Funko who's holding his own set of sweet tarts. Alright, so this sweet tart, bringing old school back to the new school. That's right, add icon sweet tart. Chris. You are welcome. You're welcome. Alright, guys. We're going to make our rounds in the divisional breaks. Alright, in these divisional breaks, you're going to have everybody guess. At the end of these 5 divisional breaks, we're going to take all the names, and we're going to take 4 people to pick a box of mystery from 5 boxes. There'll be 4 hits, 1 whammy. 4 hits and 1 whammy in that collection of boxes. Alright, for the first one, it is a mini helmet. Go ahead, put in the division that you wish to guess. Alright, this is box 5 as the placeholder. We also have box 6. 5 and 6 are the 2 boxes up here. 5 and 6 for the mini helmet. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box number 5. Box number 5. Alright, that's the one that's out here right now. Box 5. Alright. I have David with the AFC East, Chris S with the AFC North, Chris H with the AFC South, Michael with the AFC West, Daniel's got his NFC East, Andrew's got the NFC North. What up, Jose? Looking to get a Bucks hit from the NFC South. And Chris S with the NFC West. Alright, guys, I'm calling it already. No more guesses. Alright. We're going with ping pong on this, some of these divisional games. Ping pong force. Alright, box 5. This is sealed up all the way around. We're going to give it a cut, see what we got. We have a Denver Bronco. Oh, I know that signature. This guy, don't get your fingers in the wrong place and don't stick your face out because it might get spat on. Roman Romanowski coming out of there. That is a Beckett authentication on an AFC West hit. Roman Romanowski on a Broncos hit. Alright, Roman Romanowski, AFC West. Mr. Evans, Mike Evans, congratulations. Roman Romanowski. Michael Evans. Oh my God, I did say Roman. I said it multiple times. Yeah. Yeah, it is Bill Romanowski. Why am I thinking, who's Roman? Why? I don't know. I don't know why I said that. I even know he's the guy that breaks fingers and spits on people, and I still called him Roman. Hey, maybe I'm thinking that he's Razor Ramon, and he's nasty. I don't know. Well, just call me stupid for a moment. Probably not just a moment. I'd be scared to read his book, Shauna. It'd probably be like he's probably like an evangelist or something, but nothing like that on the field. Yeah, this Wisconsin beer. We're blaming the Wisconsin beer. Hey yo, stupido. Alright, AFC West. AFC West. Alright, Nate, I got you. What up, Nate? AFC West to Nate. Aiden! What up, Aiden? Got you in there. Mr. Evans got the hit and the guess. Alright, those are the names I have here. Nate, David, and Mr. Evans. If I missed anybody, let me know. Alright, go ahead, give me your guesses for the full-size football. Full-size football. And I have 2 boxes out here. I have 5 on the table right here, box 5. And I also have box 8. 5 and 8. AFC West. Alright, Jake. Hey, you sure did. You were like the first name that I did not copy and paste. Thank you, guys. Alright, we got David with the... Oh, we got to figure out 5 or 8 on this one. 5 or 8. 5 and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 5, staying with what's out there. Alright, Mr. David, you got the AFC East. Jake, the AFC North. David, the AFC South. Mr. Evans sticking with the AFC West. Chad's got the NFC East on this one. David has the NFC North and the NFC South. And then Daniel has the NFC West. Alright, guys. I'm going to call this one here. No more guesses. No more guesses. Good luck, everybody. Alright, box 5. There's our seal. It's coming up over the top. There's the bottom. Time to give it a cut right there. And right there. Let's go. Oop, as we grab the football. A signature that I do not know. Alright, we have Wilson Football. JSA Authentication. If anybody knows this auto, let me know. I personally do not. I'm going to have to look it up. Let me grab the cert, and I'll let you guys have the glance. Nate and Thomas, you guys are good. Alright. JSA. Alright, so we are looking at WB551318. Jamal Anderson. Alright, guys, let's get dirty with this bird. Alright, so we have Jamal Anderson. This is an NFC South hit. NFC South, David. This is Atlanta Falcons. Jamal Anderson doing the dirty bird. Alright, dirty bird. Jamal Anderson on the hit. Whew. Alright, Jamal Anderson on the hit for the Falcons. Alright, David, congrats. Let me mark that for you here. NFC South. Alright, so Jamal Anderson, NFC South for the guesses. You are welcome. Alright, Nate, like butter, because he's on a roll. 2 correct guesses in a row. NFC South. Chris H. What up, Chris? All gravy? I don't even know what I did. I did something to deserve that, though. NFC South. Alright, those are the 2 names that I'm seeing here. Nate and Chris. If I missed somebody, let me know. But Nate and Chris are the only 2 that I saw real quickly. Alright, guys. It's baseball jersey time. Baseball jersey. I have 2 baseball jerseys. Box 6 and box 3 right here. Box 6 and box 3. Go ahead, give me a baseball division. Put that in the chat. Baseball division. Alright, 3 and 6. 3's on the left, 6 was on your right when we were on the screen. There's 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 3, that's the one that's going to be on your left. Alright, so here's 6. Bid adieu to box 6. Here's box 3. We turn it around because it looks cooler that way. Alright, David has the AL East. Michael has the AL Central. David the AL West. Daniel the NL East. Michael the NL Central. And Zach has the NL West. Alright guys, I'm calling it here. Last call on the guesses. Last call. Alright, no more guesses. Let's crush it. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright. My dad used to, after, like when we were kids in the late 80s, early 90s, my dad used to have us wait after the Pirate games. To let a little traffic go, we would meet the players in the parking lot. They had a player parking lot. We'd meet the players. My dad would let me and my brother run over, hang out, talk to the players. Literally, I threw a baseball with like Bobby Bonilla. Like I literally got to play catch with Bobby Bonilla just in the player parking lot. Guys like Andy Van Slyke. Barry Bonds was an asshole. My dad would say that to this day, that Barry Bonds was an asshole to all of us. But everybody else, was awesome as a kid. My dad chose to wait for the umpires, and that's why I always had this one. This is Doug Harvey, a Major League Baseball Hall of Famer. My dad never collected autographs. It wasn't his thing. He enjoyed just talking to them. And he would wait for the umpires, or he'd wait. If it was the Phillies or somebody like that, he'd wait to just see the players come out. Doug Harvey was his favorite. He always made sure that when Doug Harvey was an umpire, he said hello to Doug, and Doug would say hi. He would talk. Short talk and nothing long. And the umpires got into taxis. They did not get into buses like the visiting team would. But I always thought that was cool. My dad was always into it, and that's why I have a Doug Harvey, because of my dad. He was always into the umpires, and that he is a Hall of Famer. So, all right, guys, good luck here. This is box 3. Box 3. This is our seal right there. Let's give it a cut. Good luck, everybody. Well, look at this. Look at this. This is a player I have some history with, and for those that don't know, I'll get into this in a little bit. How about Luis Gonzalez? Luis Gonzalez, some bubble gum right there. This is Luis Gonzalez from the Arizona Diamondbacks. That is an NL West hit. NL West, Luis Gonzalez, congratulations. That is going to go out to Zach. Zach, congrats. Luis Gonzalez, coming your way. All right, Luis Gonzalez. All right. Eric Gregg, yes. Tragic end to Eric Gregg's life, unfortunately. Very tragic, but yes, absolutely a great human being. My dad would say that every time. Every time. Big man. Eric Gregg was the easiest, probably the easiest one to identify coming out. But my dad always said he was a very nice guy. All right. NL West. NL West for the guesses here. NL West. All right, Mr. Evans correctly guessed that one. All right, Mike Evans, I think you're the only correct NL West guess, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so this is the thing I have to share. And why does it look like that? All right, this is an article from 2002. So this is April of 2002. This is 24 years ago. All right, I'll just bring it up like this on ESPN. This is such an old article. A 19-year-old Milwaukee man placed a $3,400 bid on a gum. All right, but this is an article that actually talks about me, an Indiana University in Pennsylvania student, told the Star Tribune, I actually was the high bidder on a piece of chewed bubblegum by Luis Gonzalez purely for a marketing standpoint. In college, I ran a little online. I don't know if this article, I guess this one doesn't. Does this one even talk about me? I guess I picked the wrong article. But one of them actually used to have my my website and all sorts of stuff there. Let me see. Give me 1 second. DP Collects was the. There it is. There you go. Check out this one. Maybe this wasn't it. Huh. Maybe this wasn't it. Maybe it's gone. But I was the high bidder for a while. I did it with publicity. They talked about me all over the country, and I was just this little college kid trying to make money to pay for his college. Here we go. This is the article. This is the one. This was the one. Darren Ravel. And I actually got to talk to Darren Ravel. I was on ESPN. That was all sorts of cool stuff. But here we go. If I win this auction, it is the best PR ever for the price. David Pierce, the Indiana University student, created DP Collects, which is a site that's defunct now. I ran this for years, selling sports memorabilia through eBay, through, all this stuff. Bid on this gum, and I bid a weird price, just all sorts of things, just to create publicity, and it was really cool. It was really cool, and I sold out of all my inventory that I had because of this, and I was able to pay off my sophomore school year doing this. So just a cool little thing. Sorry I took you on a little side sweep, but that's my story with Luis Gonzalez, and I always thought that was kind of cool. I've always had a connection there with Luis Gonzalez. And I had a TV show in college called Sports Blitz, which actually it got picked up for a year after I graduated college, which was kind of cool. And but as I walked around college, every single person was throwing like bazooka bubble gum at me. They just, like, all my friends had bazooka bubble gum, like the 5-cent kind or 10 cents, whatever it was then, and they would throw it at me when they'd see me. So I don't know. Thought that was fun. I'm a marketing major, so. Thought I'd share that. Didn't have to pay a dime for it. Never won it. Somebody else spent $10,000. I knew I wasn't going to win it because I sure as heck didn't want to spend $30,000 as a college student on that piece of chewed gum. But it was fun. It was definitely a fun story. I was a young lad back then. All right, guys. My high school basketball coach asked my brother, because my brother was a senior that year, if that really was the same Dave Pierce, and my brother's like, "Yep, that's him." And I guess my basketball coach was like, "Yeah, I figured so." Something he would do, and I'm like, "Oh, jeez." My reputation preceded me. All right, guys, go ahead for this. You're gonna tell me active baseball, retired baseball, active football, retired football, active basketball, retired basketball, hockey, or other. But look, here I am still doing, for those that don't know, I do this website to raise money to pay for my daughter's 529 college fund. So here I am, still doing sports memorabilia to make money for someone's college. Back then it was my college, now it's my daughter's. Alright guys, I have boxes 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 10 as possibilities here. One, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 10 for the 8x10. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 10. Alright, box 10, that's going to be the one on the bottom. That'll be that guy. Alright, so box 10. Let me cross it off on my cheat sheet as well. Alright, I have box 1 as a placeholder for the jersey, or for the 16x20. I also have boxes 5, 6, 8, and 9. So 1, 5, 6, 8, and 9. 1, 5, 6, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 6. Alright, box 6. Alright, here we go. This here is box 6. That goes box 1. Alright guys, in this break, Zach's got active and retired baseball. We are looking at Mark with active football, Charlene with the retired football, Mark has active basketball, Aiden's got retired basketball, Jake has hockey, and Mark is going with the other. Yeah, well Thomas, you know what? That's 100%, and the thing with the 529 college fund, it's non-taxed if you use it for college. It's the only difference is she can still use it towards something. It would just be not taxed if, or it would be taxed if she uses it for something that's not educationally related. But just having all that expense that over my shoulders or over my head for so many years, I wanted to be able to help her and talk sports. Because as you know, I like to talk sports. I'm obsessed with sports, probably. Alright guys, here we go. Box 10. Box 10. This is our 8x10 photo for box 10. Well, here's a name. Sometimes we're enemies and sometimes we're friends. How about a Bob Friend? Bob Friend. This is retired baseball pitcher Bob Friend from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Alright, so Bob Friend. Beckett on the authentication for that one. Alright, so Bob Friend. By the way, I love the Pirates gray uniform, gray hat. Now, this is the black and gold, which is traditional. If you've ever seen the pirate gray uniform, gray hat combo, they brought it back in the late 90s. It was not popular. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I like a gray hat. I don't know. Black hats and gray hats are my go-tos, but that's just me. Oh, Thomas, college is so over. At least when you and I were growing up, the people that said you had to do college, it was like there was no other option. I didn't know there. I mean, I knew there were other options, but it was portrayed as if it wasn't a success if you picked any other option. As someone that works in education now, 100% know that is not anywhere close to being true. Especially considering I married someone whose dad is a plumber. I learned that a plumber can make more. My dad was a teacher. My father-in-law made a lot more money than a teacher did. I'll just put it that way. So I like to tell people, well, I definitely don't need that education if you can find the right career. Find something you're good at and find something you enjoy. Alright, here we go. Box 6. Well, look at that. Look at that. That is a Hockey Hall of Famer. Look at that. Adam Oates. Adam Oates. Hockey Hall of Famer from the Boston Bruins. Boston Bruins, Adam Oates. Alright, so that is going to go down as a hockey hit. That is a Jake hit. Congratulations, Jake. Adam Oates. The Bruins. Unfortunately, Thomas, it means something at some places. Like my current boss thinks degrees mean way more than any other boss. I've worked at the school I've worked at for 17 years, and my current boss thinks it means more than any of my other bosses. So I'll just put it that way. But I 100% agree, and I would say most places do not. Whoever can do the job the best is what matters the most. There we go. But yeah, like I said, I've worked in education 17 years now, and I will tell people that it was the most overhyped thing of earlier decades, especially when I was growing up. Nothing wrong with it at all if you want the degree, but I don't think that we sold it as it was no other choice, and that was the problem. And you know what? Correct. There absolutely all the trades, anything like that. It is a skill, and it needs to be learned, and we need it. We desperately need it. All right, so we have hockey, then we have retired baseball. Hockey and retired baseball. I don't even know. Hooker? Retired hooker and other? What the heck? Alright, you guys aren't going to believe this. Mike Evans and Jeff Hawks are the only two people that guessed correctly. By the way, Mike Evans, 3 out of the 4 breaks has guessed correctly. Alright, so I have Mike Evans and Jeff Hawks as the only 2 people I see with a correct guess. I don't see any hockey guesses. Hooker was close enough. And 2 retired baseball guesses. If I missed somebody, let me know. Andrew, that's awesome. I knew Jesus did well. My favorite, for this, go ahead and give me a hockey division. My favorite Carpenter story is, if you guys aren't familiar with the, oh my god, Han Solo, what's his name, Harrison Ford, background is he was a carpenter while he was trying to make it as a, and supposedly not a very skilled carpenter, as he was trying to make it as an actor in the 70s. Alright, guys. Oh, Chris, that's awesome. And Andrew, that's good to know. Now, Andrew, if you don't mind me asking, did you have a family member that got you involved with it, or you just fell into it? Jake. Mr. Water Heater. I hear that. Jake, I had a marketing degree and I work in education. Alright guys, I have box 4. I have box... So, as... I'm the only one in my family. My brother is a nuclear engineer, so I'll just put it that way. He's got a lot of education. My mom has a doctorate and a couple master's degrees. My dad had 5 master's degrees. I just have a college degree. There's 6 and 7 times. Box 4, that's the one on the table. I enjoyed it. College was the best 9 years of my life. You know, but I only went there for a college education. I didn't go there. 9 years. No, okay, so it was only a 4-year degree because I was paying for it, so I didn't want to spend forever there, to be quite honest. But I make that joke because I had the best years of my life. I loved college. I did everything. I have zero regrets about anything I did during or while I was at college. Thomas, my old neighbor was a physician assistant. Oh, Andrew, that's very cool. That's very cool. I always feel like when I hear a lot of trades from back in the day, when we were growing up, things like that, that a lot of the trades were someone passed the skill down. Nowadays, it's a learned thing, but that's why I was curious. But that's awesome that you got that round and round. All right, guys, I'm gonna call no more guesses, and I'll try to shut up so we can get some of this breakdown. But hey, this is my coping, and I hope you understand and are appreciative of everything, because this is my coping. So thank you, guys. All right, guys, here we go. Box 4. Box 4. Let's puck it open. All right. We have from the Carolina Hurricanes. Life is like a hurricane. Logan Stankoven. Life is a mystery. Could have been history. All right, Logan Stankoven. Logan Stankoven from the Carolina Hurricanes. Hey, Jake, I appreciate it. Carolina Hurricanes, and that is Metro. That is Case. Case is on the hit. All right, Case. Metro. Carolina Hurricanes. Hurricanes. All right, again, Logan Stankoven. Okay, Andrew, that makes a lot of sense. That's what I figure out with a lot. Hey, Shauna. Shauna, wait, hold on. No regrets. My favorite bad tattoo out there is the no regrets. No regrets. All right, guys. We have the Metro. Metro for the guesses. All right, Nate, you are like fire here. I feel like Nate and Mr. Evans are definitely going to get something here. All right, Nate. Daniel. We have Chris and Gilbert. Again, I apologize for all the talking I've done. And Mike / Charlene. I got you in there. What up, Charlene? And then Mr. Hawks. Alright. Here are the names I've got on the Metro. I've got Nate, Daniel, Gilbert, Chris, Mike / Charlene, and Jeff Hawks. Charlene. Charlene. Alright. That's one. Alright. Logan. How about them eyebrows? Or my eyebrows. I got some bushy eyebrows. I don't even know if that's what we're getting at, Daniel. Did I put my head in the way? We talking about practice? We talking about the background? I don't even know. Shauna. Jake should get the matching tattoo on his wrist, but it should say Ragrets. Alright, guys. Let me put together 5 boxes of mystery. Alright, 5 boxes of mystery here coming up. Alright. Some good stuff. Good stuff. Tree. Those are the 5 boxes. We have the Babes, the Rose Gold, the Police, the Gingerbread House, and then the Silver. Hey Jeff, that's because I talk too much. That's my fault. Alright, 7 times. Top name. Top 4 unique names. Top 4 unique names going to pick a box of mystery. There's 5. There's 6 and 7 times. Top 4 unique names. Alright. That means we are going to go... We have to go all the way down here. We're going to have Mike Evans. We're going to have Daniel. We're going to have Nate. And then we're going to have Chris. Alright, so these 4 people here. You know what? We'll take Aiden as well. So we'll do this. We'll take these 5 names. All the boxes will go out. Mike Evans, Daniel, Nate, Chris H, and then Aiden can all pick a box of mystery here. First come, first serve. So Mike, Daniel, Nate, Chris H, and Aiden can each pick a box of mystery. Why not? All 5 of those could go out. Alright, so Mike Evans, Daniel, Nate, Chris H, and Aiden. Where's last for Aiden? Okay. Well, Daniel, David's saying Aiden's gonna take what's last, so I'll let you, Daniel. He wants to pick of the litter. So we've got Babes, Rose Gold, Gingerbread off. That means we have the Police and Silver still to go. Daniel, why don't you pick Police or Silver? We're going to let the teenager Aiden pick last. Silver it is. Alright, that means everybody passed up on the Police. Alright, Aiden. This is Aiden's box of mystery. Aiden. Everybody's decided, you know what, Aiden? We want to leave you the whammy. Alright, Aiden. You are going to be styling, though. Let me see that Tootsie Roll. Look at that. You're going to be the life of the party. Aiden is the life of the party with his very own Tootsie Roll socks. Alright, Aiden. Congratulations. These will be coming to you, David, for Aiden. You are welcome. Alright. Then we have Silver. Alright, Daniel. Silver. This is the box of Silver. You are going to have a mega pack of Topps Chrome Basketball 24-25. Alright, 24-25 Topps Chrome Basketball. This is going to go out to Daniel. right, Daniel. How about a little mellow? A little mellow love. Marcus Smart. I see a refractor. How about that? Sagan refractor. Look at that. Marcus Sagan refractor right there. And then look at that. Zach Edey. Zach Edey, fresh start. Premium rookie right there. Jalen Bridges. And Calvin Murphy. Alright, nice Edey and Sagan refractor. Alright, Daniel, those cards coming your way. Alright. Silver. That means gingerbread to Nate. Alright, Nate, the gingerbread house. This is a hobby pack. Alright, Topps Heritage hobby pack coming to you, Nate. Alright, let's see what we got coming for you, Nate. This is a Topps Heritage hobby pack minor league baseball. This is a minor league baseball, so these are going to be prospects from 2021. Alright, so let's see if we can pull you an auto. Alright. Jordan Brewer, Tri-City Valley. Tyler Gentry. DL Hall. Alexander Vizcaino. Eric Pena. Jordan Groshans, Ethan Hankins, and an Isaiah Campbell. Alright, no auto in that one. Alright, so Tyler Gentry and DL Hall, decent careers. Hall just needs to stay healthy when he does. Alright, neat. Send them his way. Send the cards to Aiden? Okay, that was very generous of you. Alright, Aiden, those basketball cards coming your way, courtesy of Daniel. That was very nice, thank you. Alright, rose gold going out to Chris. Alright, Chris. Mr. Harrison, the rose gold? How about a pack of Monopoly Prism Basketball? Alright, Monopoly Prism Basketball coming out to you. Alright, Mr. Harrison, let's open these up, see what you got. This is 24-25 Monopoly Prism Basketball. You have a Diesel, Shaq, Allen Iverson. Man, these guys were good. Couple Hall of Famers. A Prism, R.J. Barrett Prism, and DeAndre Ayton. All right, so you got R.J. Barrett, Iverson, and the Diesel. All right, Chris, those are yours. And then last but not least, Mr. Evans. Here come the babes. All right, Mr. Evans, how about a 2021 Prism Draft Picks football? Alright, Prism Draft Picks football for Mr. Evans. How was this 5 years ago? Alright, it is Myles Garrett. There's a Will Fuller. How about a Trey Lance Prism Crusade? Patrick Surtain, rookie. And a Sean Wade, rookie. Alright. Couple vets there, Garrett and Fuller, Trey Lance, Surtain, maybe a couple Hall of Famers even. Alright, Mr. Evans, those cards coming your way. Send yours. Oh, you guys are too kind. Alright, the teenager is building up a stack here. He's a basketball guy too, so that worked out. Alright, send to email. Guys, trying to figure out the best path next. football full-size helmet. Last one from the entire series. Send mine. Oh, you guys are too much. Jeff H wins. Well, that was kind of you guys to send your stuff to his way. Thank you. Alright, guys. We know it's going to be box 2. We know for a fact we're going to be using box number 2 tonight. What we don't know is what jersey we're going to be pairing this up with. I want everybody out there, you're going to give me one NFL division, and that's going to be for the full-size helmet. Full-size helmet. All right, one NFL division for the full-size helmet. If you guess correctly, you're going to get a chance here to box of mystery. All right, one full-size helmet divisional guess. All right, for this, we have to figure out the jersey. We have box 1 on the table. We also have 2, 4, 5, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 1. Alright, sticking with what we've got out there right now. Alright, guys. In our break, we have Jake with the Cardinals. Michael's got the Falcons and the Ravens. R. Scott has the Buffalo Bills. Justin with the Panthers. Daniel's got the Bears. That's Daniel O. Gilbert's got the Bengals and the Browns. Jared's got the Cowboys. Jeff has the Broncos. David with the Lions. Ace has the Packers. David M with the Texans. Jeff has his Colts. Nate has the Jags. We have Gilbert with the Chiefs. William with the Raiders. Gilbert with the Chargers. Michael's got the Rams. Gilbert with the Dolphins. Jeff has the Vikes. George has the Pats. David with the Saints. Jeff has the Giants. George with the Jets. Michael's got the Eagles and the Steelers. Rick's got the 49ers. Chris has the Seahawks. Jose with the Bucks. Chris has the Titans. And Case looking to hit with the Commanders. Alright, guys. I'm going to call this here. No more guesses. The Good Luck Football Duck is making a last appearance with this series. Box 1. Secondary seal down there, or main seal with RSA, I should say. I'll give it a cut across. Oh, look at this! Look at this from the Indianapolis Colts. We have Dwight Freeney on the hit. There's a nice hit for the Colts. Beckett on the authentication. Dwight Freeney. Alright, Dwight Freeney. That is going to go out to Jeff. There you go. You called it. This is yours. No LMAO on that one. That's a hit. Alright, let's put that Hall of Famer on your hit list. Alright, Jeff. Okay, Beckett again. This is box 2. Be on the lookout next week, guys. I have a special TriStar product that we'll be using, so be on the lookout for that. It's a very special TriStar full-size helmet for next week. That's on the eBay side of things. It'll be a premium TriStar helmet. Alright, speaking of premiums, here comes a specialty helmet alert, guys. Specialty helmet alert. Wow, this is a huge hit. An absolute huge hit right here. Alright. This is a cool hit. Look at this on a 49ers. Look at this, 49ers ammo. We have a 49ers ammo hit. How about this? Well, I think he's on his way to be a future Hall of Famer. He's borderline, but future Hall of Famer potentially. Tight end. George Kittle. George Kittle on the hit. There we go, George Kittle. That's a huge pull on a camo. George Kittle autographed full-size helmet. That is awesome. That is awesome. Congratulations, Rick. Chris, how about this? Chris, you want to stay instead of going to bed? Do you want me to do basketball? Chris, if you stay, I will stay up. If you do basketball, I'll do basketball next. All right, George Hill. All right, guys, that is an NFC West guess. NFC West. That's gonna put Mr. Sweeney there. That'll put Chris S there. Chris S. NFC West. Alright, those are the only two guesses that I see are correct. Thomas and Chris S. Alright, basketball will be next. It was going to be either next or the one after that, so. Alright, this is to see who gets the box of mystery. I meant to put the boxes out first, but I started doing it, so we'll just go this way. There's 5, there's 6, and 7 times. All right, Mr. Sweeney. Thomas, you are going to get the boxes of mystery here. All right, Thomas, let me put that out. 2 hits, 1 whammy for you here, Thomas. 2 hits and 1 whammy. Alright, Thomas. Go ahead, make your selection. Alright, we got Police, Silver, and Flower Power. Alright, Thomas going Flower Power. Alright, Thomas, in the Police were 2 packs of Prism. Prism 2019 draft picks and Prism 2025. Alright, Thomas. You missed out on the whammy. Inside of here was your very own Hershey's Funko Pop. Alright, the Hershey bar. Fun fact, the minor league hockey team in Hershey is called the Hershey Bears. When they first started, they were actually called the Hershey Bars. And the AHL, a minor league hockey organization, said we can't have a team named after a product. So they added the letter E to bars, and now they're the Hershey Bears. Alright, here we go, Thomas. You went with a pack of Contenders 2024 Contenders. No pretenders, just some contenders. Alright, Thomas. Let's see what's coming out of your 2024 Contender pack. Well, we had look at that. We have a Bobby Wagner, Anthony Richardson, Pat Fryermuth, Ramondre Stevenson. What a playoff run he had. Derrick Henry. There's some guy named Mahomes. There's DK. And look at this. Look at this. The same draft class. These were the finalists for the Heisman Trophy. Peyton Manning and Charles Woodson. Peyton Manning and Charles Woodson. Charles Woodson, Mr. Do-It-All in college. And Peyton Manning on the draft class. Alright, Thomas, those cards coming your way. Alright, we've got a basketball break on tap. Alright, basketball break is on tap. Alright, for this break, we know jersey-wise it's going to be jersey 2. That we know. We don't know the rest of our story. Alright, we need to figure out what basketball we're going to use. We have box 1 here. We also have box 4. For this, guys, one NBA team. If the team you guess comes out any of the 3 boxes, you get a box of mystery chance. Again, it'll be a chance. And someone's going to have a chance here at a gift card. We'll make sure someone has a chance at a Dad Breaks gift card. Alright, so this is for the basketball here. 1 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 4. Box 4. Box 4 right there. Box 1's coming off. Alright. Now, for the shoes, or the sneaker, we have on the table, this is going to be sneaker number 43. 43 is right there. Actually, grab the other one I have is 86. If 86 would be there, 43 right there. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Alright, 43, which was the one that was on your right-hand side of your screen. Alright, so we'll take 86 back off. Alright, guys. We now got to figure out what team everybody's going to have. Sorry, I didn't do that. I should have done that first. This was the 7th time Chad would have Atlanta, and Mark would have the Wizards, but let's get cray-cray. 7 times. There's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 times. Thomas going to have Atlanta, and Richard with the Wiz. Hit copy. Give me a second to hit refresh. Alright, guys. We have Thomas with the Hawks, Jeff with the Celtics, Sean with the Nets, Mark has the Hornets and the Bulls and the Cavs, Daniel with the Mavs, James has the Nugs, Gregory with the Pistons, Mark has the Warriors, Charlene's got the Rockets, Eden's got the Pacers, we've got Charlene with the Clip Show, Paul with the Lake Show, Charlene's got the Grizz, Jake has the Heat, George has the Bucks, Chris with the T-Wolves, Philip with the Pels, Chad's got the Knickerbockers, George with the Thunder from down under, Brian's got the Magic. Daniel, there you go. You've got your Sixers. Daniel's got his Sixers. Sean with the Suns. Chris with the Blazers. Jake with the Kings. Chris with the Spurs. Jake has the Raptors and the Jazz. And Richard's saying nobody beats the Wiz. Alright, I'm going to call no more guesses. And then if anybody wants to make a trade, go ahead. Put that in the chat right now. I'll give you guys a moment to discuss any trades. If anybody's looking to move a spot, get a spot, go ahead, put that in the chat right now. All right, anybody interested in trading for Aiden's spot with the Pacers? I just want Caitlin. Hawks for Cavs. Thomas is looking for the Cavs. Mark isn't in the chat probably. Well, not probably, no. So Thomas, unfortunately, I can't grant that because Mark isn't in the chat. So I can't grant that for you. I know that he's not here. Tom, would you rather have the Pacers or the Hawks? And Jake, would you rather have the Pacers or the Kings? All right, we got a deal. All right, Pacers for Kings. All right, guys. I will try to refresh this. No guarantees it's going to refresh. I will. All right, it did. All right, there we go. We are on the board. We're going to get going. Let's start this break. All right, we'll put this to the side for now. This is our jersey. This is box number 2. We've got a basketball duck out there. Quack, quack. All right, this is box 2. It is sealed up all the way around. We're going to go and give it a cut across. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh. Aiden. Now, Jake, I will hook you up for making this deal, but look at this. This is a former Pacer who is now on the Sacramento Kings. How about this? Domantas Sabonis. Domantas Sabonis. That is insane that we just had the Pacers traded for the Kings, and this guy used to play for the Pacers and now plays for the Kings. Domantas Sabonis on a Sacramento King jersey. Aiden on the board. Congratulations, Aiden. Jake, I have something I'm going to send you. I'm not even going to tell you, but I'm going to send you a little something here as a wow. Aiden, congratulations. Domantas Sabonis coming your way. That is kind of crazy there. A real life trade that mirrored a Dad Breaks trade. Alright, this is box 4, guys. Box number 4. Let's get that duck back out there. One cut. There's a second cut. There we go. All right. Okay. Now this is not involving either team that was just traded. All right, guys. This is not involving a team that was just traded. It does have a very special moment in history. From the New York Knicks, we have Walt Frazier. Walt Frazier coming out of here for the New York Knickerbockers. That is going out to Chad. Chad, congratulations. Walt Frazier going to go out to Chad for the Knicks. Alright, guys, congratulations going out to Chad on the Walt Frazier hit. Alright, guys, here we go. Sneakers. Alright, this is box 43. Box 43. These kicks are kicking it. Alright. Secondary seals down here. Here is the sneaker. Alright, no name in here, so we'll look at that sneaker in a moment. See who we got. Alright, we have an old school. I think it's going to be an old school hit. Oh, wow. Alright, here we go. We do have an old school. How about this? Taking us back to the 80s, we have a Hall of Famer, a Converse weapon from the Boston Celtics. Boston Celtics. Kevin McHale. Kevin McHale on the hit right there. A Boston Celtic hit. Jeff, what a night this has turned around. Jeff. Kevin McHale. Look at this, Jeff. You just got yourself Converse weapon, Kevin McHale's Hall of Fame sneaker right there. Are those green with envy? No, they're not green. It's like a gray, cream colored. You are welcome. That's awesome. These are Beckett authenticated. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned that. Jeff, I'm just going to give you a hint that sneaker right there, Jeff, is going to go well with the gift that I have coming your way. That's all I'll leave it at that. Alright. Celtics, Knicks, and Kings. Celtics, Knicks, and Kings for the guesses here. Celtics, Knicks, and Kings. Alright, Mr. Hawks guessed the Kings, no less. Celtics, Knicks. Nate has the Celtics. Mr. Evans and Charlene have the Celtics as their guesses. Alright, those are the 4 names I have. If I miss somebody, let me know. I've got Jeff, Nate, Charlene, and Mike Evans. Alright. Let me get that group of boxes together. boxes of mystery. We have a Shark, Silver, and Babes. Shark, Silver, and Babes. Top name, pick in a box of mystery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Mr. Evans. Alright, Mike. You get to pick a box of mystery here, Mike. Let me know which one of these you would like, and it'll be opened up for you here, Mr. Evans. The Shark it is. Alright, I must ask you a question, but I'll wait to ask you. Alright, you passed up on the Babes. Inside the Babes was the $15 Dad Break gift card. Alright, so Mike, we missed out on the gift card. Then, I must ask you a question, but I'll wait to ask you. Because you passed up on a Monopoly pack of Prism basketball. Alright, Mike, I must ask you a question. Because you got a whammy. Are you a fan of Paul Skeens? Because you now must ask yourself, would you like to look like him? Because you got your own set of mustachios. So if you'd like to go to the bar and have your own mustachio bashio, you are welcome to, Mike. Alright. That'll stick with you. We're about to do the only break all night where we will not do a giveaway. It is our 3 jersey Raz. It is our fan favorite. It is the fun one. Alright, the way this works, on the left-hand side of your screen, you see a whole bunch of names. We're right here, along this side right here. One of those names is guaranteed to come out of the box we use. Sometimes we get 2 names, sometimes we get 3 names, whatever RSA puts in there. But no matter what, there are 3 jerseys in this box. Say we pull out of here a Baker Mayfield. Well, Chris will be happy because Chris would get Baker Mayfield. But then say we pull out of here a Hubie Jones. Okay, Hubie Jones is not on our list, but Baker would be. Hubie Jones would be ran us off to all 35 names, including the Baker Mayfield. So in theory, every name here has a chance to get 2 hits. Alright. That said, I'm seeing if people are paying attention. Which baseball bat break would you guys like us to do next? The Hit Parade or the Gold Rush Juiced Baseball Bat Break? That's one, whatever one you guys pick, we will do that one next. Alright. You know what? I want to do this. Start a poll. Juiced HP. Which break do we do next? Alright. You get to pick. I put a poll out there and get to vote on that poll. Alright? That's how you'll decide which one we do next. Alright. We have box 1 as our placeholder. We also have 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. This will be to determine which box for our 3 jersey Raz we do. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 5 is the one we use. Alright, so box 5, let me grab that. There's 3, there's 4, 3, 5 right down there. If we get to it. Alright, this is going to be box 5. I guess I had box 1 upside down, but box 1 is out of there. Alright. In our break. You guys are all Oh, we got a lot more votes for HP than we do the juice. Okay. Alright, so which break will we do next? 15 votes. More people vote in HP. Alright. We have David with the Aiden Hutchinson, Charlene with the Allen Iverson, Chris has a Baker, Rick with Brett Hall, Charlene's got Cam Ward. Oh my god, Cam Hayward. We've got James with Charlie A.K. Winning Sheen. We've got George with Chevy Chase. Roman's got Chris Carter. Daniel's got the Worm and Dick Butkus. Troy's got Emmett Smith. Rick's got Fernando Tatis Jr. Daniel's got the Big Hurt. Rick's got Jamar Chase. Roman's got Jackson Churio. Michael's got Jeremy Roenick. Mike has Jim Kelly. Christopher's got Jonathan Taylor. We've got Zach with the Juan Marichal. James has Larry Bird. Chris has Luis Gonzalez. Michael's got Marshall Falk. Rick's got the Mighty Ducks cast. We've got David with Miguel Cabrera. George has Pete Rose. Rick's got Rasheed Wallace. Troy's got Reggie, Mr. October Jackson. Justin's got Ricky 420. Jeff has RJ Harvey. Daniel's got Slam and Sammy Sosa. Zach's got the Sandlot cast. Jeff has Sauce Gardner. Troy's got the Diesel. Karen's got Sean Kemp. And we got Roman with Slapshot cast. Well, here, you can actually vote on that thing. I put a poll out there. You can put a vote on that. Alright, guys. Let's use... Here we go! Let's go! Oh, yeah! Box 5. Box 5. Sealed up all the way around. Gonna give this a cut right there. And there. Box 5. Alright, our first... Let's put it down there. Oh, we have a hockey jersey. Joey, now let's see, 97 and 98 Stanley Cup champion, Joey Coker. Oh my God, I know that's not how you say it. Joey Cocher. Joey Cocher. He was a tough guy. I don't know. Joey Cocher. Looks. I'm a Coker. No, it's not Coker. Cocher. Joey Cocher. We'll go with Joey Cocher. I know I'm saying that wrong still. I remember him from the Cup teams of the 90s. Either way, this will be razzed off. He was a tough guy. I do remember that. Yep, Red Wings is right. Joey Cocher. Alright, next one, 90s as well, from the Atlanta Braves. Ryan Klesko. Alright, so Cocher and Klesko. Cocher was a Beckett, Klesko is JSA. Our next one is a legendary Hall of Fame. We have a legendary Hall of Famer. From the Buffalo Bills. Circle the wagons. Look at this. Jim Kelly on the hit. Alright, so Jim Kelly, Buffalo Bills. Mike, congratulations. This will be coming up north of the border to you, Mike. Jim Kelly. JSA on your authentication, Mike. Alright, Jim Kelly on the hit. 4-time Super Bowl attendee. Alright, Joey Couture. Alright. What am I doing? I gotta copy and paste all the names. Top name gets a Joey Couture. And the second name gets the Ryan Klesko. Alright, top name Couture, second name Klesko. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Chris Carter's getting Joey Couture, and Sean Kemp. Sean Kemp is going to get the Ryan Klesko. Alright, Sean Kemp's getting the Ryan Klesko. Alright, so, Joey Couture. Here we go. This is Joey Couture right here. That is going to go to Chris Carter, and Chris Carter in this break is Roman. All right, Roman, you're going to get a Joey Couture. And then that was Beckett Authenticated. And then Sean Kemp is Karen. Karen, welcome to the big show. You got a hit in your first break. You just got a Ryan Klesko jersey. All right. Let me mark these down. And that is Couture, and that was, who did I say Couture is going to? Chris Carter, Roman. Roman! What, what? Alright. I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds to vote. 10 more seconds to vote. It is insanely close. One more vote could swing which way this goes. We are at 52%. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. That means we're going to do the HP break. All right, that was a close one. All right, HP bat break. That's kind of fun to do that little poll, which one we're going to do. All right. In fact, let's do another poll. That was fun. That was fun. I'm going to ask another poll. Why not? Start a poll. Next. Alright, next poll is up there. Alright, guys. For this break, we have to figure out which 2 baseballs and which bat. You guys can make a selection on which break we'll do next. But I'm going to have everybody out there, you're going to put in the chat 5 Major League Baseball players in one line. 5 Major League Baseball players in one line. Alright, with that said, figure out the 2 baseballs. I got baseball 1 and baseball 2 on the table. 1 and 2 are on the table. We have 10 up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 times. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Alright, 4 and 5. 4 and 5 are going to be the 2 we use. Let me grab those real quick. 4 and 5. Alright, so there's 4 on your left, 5 on your right. There is 1. There is 2. Those are out of here. Alright, so 4 and 5. And then for our bat, we've got 22 on the table. We also have 27. 22 and 27 are the possibilities here. 2, 27. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. 22, the one that's out there, we're rolling with it. Alright, bat 22. Alright, guys, we've got Jake with the Diamondbacks. George has the Braves. Case has the Orioles. You're putting 5 players down on one line, please, for this guess. We've got Case with the Orioles, Ryan with the Red Sox, Daniel with the Cubs, Gilbert with the White Sox, Troy's got the Reds, Chris has the Guards, David with the Rockies and Tigers, Case has the Astros, Mr. Evans has the Royals, Jared with the Angels, Jeff has the Dodgers, Jake with the Marlins, Chad's got the Brewers, Barbara's got the Twins, Jared's got the Mets, Case with the Yanks, Jake has the A's, Daniel with the Phillies, Justin's got the Pirates, Jake has the Friars, Zach has the Giants, Ryan with the M's, Mr. Evans has his Cards, we've got David with the Rays, Jared with the Rangers, Mike has his Jays, and Troy sitting on the commode. Alright, guys, I'm going to call, you know what, I'll give you guys 14 more seconds. I'm going to grab a new beer from the fridge, and then we'll come back, we'll open these up. let's get ready to open these guys up. Got a new brewski here, straight from the fridge. Open this guy up. Cheers. If you have a drink or a water or something out there, good luck, everyone. Alright, no more guesses. No more guesses. Alright. Let's get... Let me grab a good luck charm here. Good luck baseball duck. Quack quack. Alright, this is box 4. Box 4. And I didn't put it out there. I like to put our little notes out there. We can always come back and take this off. Come back and reference it if needed as well. Box 4. Alright, so that's secondary seal. You're going to see this shiny goodness at the top up here. Let's cut into that. Oh, okay. Now, I think this person has this baseball already, or I won by this, but that's a nice... He's got a nice inscription on this one. Alright. Rawlings, TriStar Authenticated, Major League Baseball, from the Detroit Tigers. You, me, and Denny McLain. Alright. Cy Young Award winner 68 and 69 for Denny McLain. Last 30-game winner in baseball, probably in any of our lifetimes. Denny McLain. Alright. David, congratulations. That baseball is coming your way. Denny McLain. That'll be all to David. Alright. You are welcome. Box 5. Box 5. It's doing its thing. Now, I don't know if you've got one of those from me, David, a McLain baseball. I think that might have already just been in your PC already. I could be wrong. Maybe you did get one from me, but I feel like it might have already been in your PC. Alright. Well, this is a great pickup. What a hit. What a hit. One of the best young pitchers in all of baseball. TriStar Authenticated Major League Baseball from the Houston Astros. Monster hit case. Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown on the hit right there for the Astros. Great pitcher. Great pitcher right there. Houston Astro. Hunter Brown. Case on the hit. Alright, Case. Hunter Brown on the hit for Case. Hey, what up, Jeff? I hope you're doing better. Alright, Hunter Brown. That is going to go out to Case. There is a Hunter Green. Both really good young pitchers. One in the Astros organization, the other one in the Reds. Alright. This is the barrel, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to show you the knob side, but they have been putting the emphasis on opening this series at the barrel, so I'm going to do that. It's never a thing I've ever done with any of these products. I've always opened them at the knob side, but they've put like a name so far on this series, Series 8, at the barrel, so I figured let's do that. Let's give it a whirl. And they did. Oh, okay. Let's see. We have a Louisville Slugger. Louisville Slugger. And I'm going to... Give me a second because I see the name and I want to see what team he's currently with. Alright, I got to see. So give me a second. Okay, he still is. I wanted to make sure because we have a former top prospect with the Yankees, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a Yankee hit. And it is a trade that the Yankees are... I think he was a Yankee. Let me double check. Yeah, he's not a Yankee. How did the Yankees trade him? Was he? Yes, a minor league slot deal. One of the few trades that the Yankees made with this team ever. And they regret this one. It's not exactly the Babe Ruth trade, but boy, do they regret this trade. We have a Boston Red Sox catcher, Carlos Narvaez. Carlos Narvaez for the Boston Red Sox. And I'm going to show you this. This is actually really cool. Look at the bat. So it's a blonde bat right here, right? Blonde bat. But look at the back. It is a dark... Look at this. You can actually see where the color of the wood changes on this Carlos Narvaez bat. It's halfway through. I've not seen that too often in a Louisville Slugger bat before. Kind of neat. On the grain. I don't think it's two pieces of wood. No, it's not, because you can see it doesn't do it completely halfway through. That's actually really neat. Same piece of wood, two different colors. Maybe they painted it a different stain? But we have a Carlos Narvaez. Yes, that is Omar Narvaez's relative, brother, cousin of Omar. Carlos Narvaez for the Red Sox. Great price on that spot too. Carlos Narvaez is a great young catcher. Really good young catcher. Alright. That's a tough one for a guess, I'm not going to lie. Hunter Brown and McLean are possibilities. Narvaez, not so much. Alright, I don't see a correct guess. Somebody could correct me. I don't see a correct guess. But I still have some good stuff I want to do for our baseball giveaway here. So, I'm going to give away a hobby pack to somebody. We're not going to do a whammy. No one's going to have a chance at a whammy here. We'll just do a hobby pack. We're going straight hobby on this. I've been to the factory too, Daniel. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember seeing that. I was in Louisville, Kentucky, April 21st through 24th, 2000. So I was in high school. I was there for, I was a marketing nerd. I was in DECA, Distributed Educational Clubs of America, and I was there for that. But we got to go to Louisville, Kentucky bat tour. The Slugger bat tour. Alright, someone's going to tell me left or right for a hobby pack of Topps Heritage and a minor league baseball pack, alright? But I don't remember seeing, when you say that, I do, but I don't remember seeing a bat like that. Alright, 7 times. Top name, picking a box of mystery, or not box, they're picking them left or right. It has to be a name. Left or right for this one. There's 2, there's 3, 4, 5. We're at 6. One more makes it 7 times. Daniel. Alright, we're taking a name. Remember I said name. Daniel, you get to pick the left or right here, Daniel. Left or right. Which break we did this one? Right here. Left or right. Alright, Daniel. Let me know left or right for this. Left it is. Alright, Daniel. Remember, this is a hobby pack, and this is Topps Heritage 2021 Minor League Baseball Hobby Pack. Alright. We have a Nick Lofton. We had Denny McLain. How about a Dylan McLain? Cole Franklin. There's a throwback. We just said Babe Ruth. Talked about him. Babe Ruth. There's a boyhood photo of Babe Ruth. Jordan Nuu. We have a traded Hudson Head. Hudson Head right there. A Salasi. And an Antonio Gomez. Alright, no auto in there. That's what we are shooting for in these hobby packs. But ghost cards coming your way there, Daniel. Some minor league baseball throwbacks. Little Babe Ruth, cool card. Alright, guys. You guys have let me know that you guys want the Duke. The Duke is coming out of here. Alright, the Duke. And why is Atlanta? That Michael, I gotta hit refresh. Alright, guys. This is one football, and we actually know it's going to be this football. It's football 95. What we don't know is what jersey it'll be paired up with. You guys are going to put into the chat, and I'm very simple here, into the chat for everybody there, give me one team. If it comes out of the jersey or the football, every single person that guesses correctly gets a box of mystery. That's right. Now, if we go over 5, I will just put items out, and we'll use, random.org to see who gets what item. But if it's under 5, we'll do boxes of mystery. But every single correct guess is going to get something here. So one NFL team, put it in the chat. Let's go. All right, we've got boxes 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8. 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 4. Box number 4 for our Duke. Here's box 4. Box 2. Au revoir. Alright. Guys, we've got Jake with the Cardinals, Michael with the Falcons, Greg's got the Ravens, Mike's got the Buffalo Bills, Jeff has the Panthers, Troy's got the Bears, we've got Gregory with the Bungles, Mike has the Browns, Jeff has the Boys, Chris with the Broncos, David with the Lions, Chad's got the Pack, Steven with the Texans, George has the Colts, Richard with the Jags, Michael's got the Chiefs, that's his hometown Chiefs, William with the Raiders, Sarah's got the Chargers, Chad's got the Rams, David's got the Dolphins, the Vikes, the Pats, and the Saints. Chris has the G-Man, David's got the Jets, Daniel's got the Eagles, Michael's got the Steelers, Andrew's got the Niners and the Seahawks, Jose with the Bucks, Chris with the Titans, and David sitting on the commode. Alright, friends, I want to tell you right now, no more guesses. If you like this break, feel free to hit the like button. Maybe it'll bring you a little good luck as well. It doesn't hurt at the very, very least. Alright, guys. Good luck here. My daughter gave this to me when she was a little kid, and thinking about my dad right now. Thinking about your dads. Our moms, our family. Thinking about family. Alright, guys. Box 4. Box 4 sealed up. There's our main seal this way, right here. Box 4. Good luck, everyone. Wishing you all the best here. Look at this. How about this? University of Miami Frank Gore. Frank Gore on a hit right there for the University of Miami. That is a 49er hit. That is going out to Andrew. Andrew, that's a cool looking hit right there. Frank Gore, University of Miami running back. Beckett authentication. Alright, nice hit for Andrew. Frank Gore. Alright. Beckett again. Alright, it is Duke. Duke time. Let's go. Boop, boop. 95. Front. There's the back. All the way across. There's our bottom. It's go time. One cut. There's two. There's three. Take our football, leave it right here. There's that, more paper. And we have a multiple player autograph ball here. And it is, unless there's teams, there's a good chance this is going to have to be divvied up on a random.org figuration of this. Alright, we might have to use random.org to see who's going to get this football. Alright, I'm almost positive the names that were listed were college teammates, not pro teammates. Which is interesting for a Duke football, if you ask me. But I need to see this. I need to see it. Maybe it's got a wrong read, but if it's a Duke football, it's an unusual pairing. It is a... Alright, it is a... And they're different draft years, even. Alright, here we go. We have, from the San Diego Chargers, Najee Harris, and from the Miami Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa. Alright, so we have a couple college teammates, Najee Harris and Tua Tagovailoa, on this Duke Fanatics Authenticated Football. Alright, so we are going to have to use random.org to see who's going to get this. Chargers or the Dolphins. Chargers or Dolphins. This is going to be a 50-50 chance. I can't cut the ball in half. So 50-50 chance between David and Sarah. Alright. There are no favorites in this here. David and Sarah. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to say Chargers. That's the Najee part of this. And then we have the Dolphins. And that is the Tua part. The team that comes up on top, 7th time, gets awarded this football. There's 2. There's 3. And ironically, both of these teams might not be involved with either player by a month from now. But as of today, they are. There's 4. There's 5, 6, and 7 times. This is going to be a Miami Dolphin hit. Miami Dolphins on the hit. That is going to go to the Tua side of things. And that is David. David, congratulations, David. Tua Tagovailoa and Najee Harris coming your way, David. That is a Duke football. Commissioner Tua, there's Najee. And then there is the Fanatics authentication on your football. Alright, guys. David, congrats. That is an interesting 2 players that, honestly, coming out of college, I liked a lot. Najee just doesn't seem to have the speed at the NFL level. It kind of reminds me a little bit of what happened with Richardson out of Alabama. Maybe a little bit better speed. He does read the defense better than Richardson did, but just doesn't have the speed that I think a lot of people thought he might have. The burst. And then you have Tua, who a couple years ago wasn't even far from being an MVP, and now he looked really confused this year. Yep, definitely a Bama ball for sure. Which is an interesting thing for a Duke football, if you ask me. And you are welcome, David. And then Sarah. I'm going to award Sarah. Sarah, I'm going to send you a little something in the mail as well. So, Sarah, you won't go home completely empty-handed. I'll make sure there's something autographed coming your way, Sarah. Oh, that's a good point. Daniel's a Bama guy. Alright, so we're going to award, for guesses, I will take Chargers, Dolphins. For the guesses, why not? I'll take Chargers, Dolphins, and then 49ers. Chargers, Dolphins, 49ers. Alright, Thomas, I've got you on the guess. Because I want to give everybody that guesses correctly something here. Chargers, 49ers, Chargers, 49ers, and Dolphins. Aiden's going to get a little box of mystery. Andrew, I got you. Got the hit and the guess. Gilbert, I'll give you that. Remember I said I'd take the Chargers. Alright, I think those are the names. I've got Gilbert, Andrew, David, and Thomas. Did I miss anybody? Gilbert, like I said, I'm going to include the Chargers. I'm going to put 4 boxes out there. 4 boxes, and we'll do no whammies. We'll just do straight cheese, as they say. Alright? So, we'll do no whammies. Alright, each one of you guys gets to pick a box of mystery. There's one really big potential one, and then, hey, every other one has a chance as well. Alright. Go ahead, Thomas, David, Andrew, and Gilbert. Go ahead. Well, Thomas or David. It's actually Aiden's for you, for David. Thomas, Andrew, and Gilbert. All right, we got the shark to Thomas. The babes to Andrew. Alright, that means we've got David, Thomas on my end. You see on my end here, I have Thomas slightly ahead of you, David, so I'm going to have you pick a different one, unfortunately. So I'll just erase that one on my end so I don't accidentally give it to the wrong person. Alright, silver. Alright, that's going to leave Gilbert. Hopefully Gilbert's still here. I don't know if Gilbert checked out. Gilbert, you are going to get the flowers. Alright, Gilbert's getting the flowers. Alright, Gilbert. Here's the flower pack, and the flower pack actually has big potential. It's an absolute calendar pack. Absolute calendar pack. So there is a chance for a kaboom in here. Alright, so we do have a chance for a kaboom. Alright, Gilbert, this will be yours. Alright, this is an absolute calendar pack. Alright, Kid Reporter. You have a Roman Wilson rookie, Roman Wilson. A A.J. Brown. And a Michael Pittman Jr. These two guys might be both on the move. And then we've got Roman Wilson. Alright, Gilbert. Those cards are going to be coming your way. Silver is to David. Alright, David. You're going to get silver. Inside of silver, how about this? How about a Prism pack? Alright, Prism to David. Alright, David. This is going to Aiden and Aiden/David there. Alright, here's a Prism 2025 football pack. Alright, let's go. Terrell Suggs. Ooh, look at this Prism. Look at this Prism. Cam Jordan. That's a sweet looking card right there. Cam Jordan. Alright, Aiden, you'll like that. How about this sweet looking rookie? There's a Mr. Thomas. Azare Thomas. On a couple, we've got back-to-back Prisms in this pack here. Azare Thomas. And then a Kamani Vidal. Coming out of there. Alright, Aiden. A couple nice Prisms in there. Alright, Babes to Andrew. Alright, Andrew. The Babes. Guaranteed to get an auto out of here, Andrew. You got an auto with the hit, and now Andrew, this is a hobby pack, 2022 draft class, guaranteed to have an auto in here. All right, Aiden, let's see what you got. C.J. Verdell, Jaquan Brisker, skip. There's a Cole Kelly. We'll skip the auto. Drake London, rookie. Johan Dotson, and a Matt Corral. All right, your auto is a Matt Corral auto. A Matt Corral auto. Man, the potential was there. I honestly think he just had a mental breakdown with everything that happened when he went to the Patriots. But Matt Corral. All right, Matt Corral is your auto. All right, so that'll be coming your way, Andrew. All right, here's the big one, Thomas. Thomas picked it. Went with the shark and got the big one. How about a jumbo Donruss Elite pack? All right, big time potential out of this one. All right, Mr. Sweeney. Donruss Elite, this is a jumbo. 30 card pack for you, Thomas. All right, 30 big ones in here. Take your Kid Reporter out. All right, let's go. Jameis Winston, crab legs and all. DeAndre Hopkins, Tua, Kadarius Toney, Najee. Look at this. We just pulled an autograph of both of these guys right there. Tua and Najee. Herbie, DK, Mike Evans. What a nice product. Matthew Stafford, Mac. There's Miles Sanders, Justin Fields, Nico, Jamal Adams, a parallel Cortland Sutton. There's a Pierre Strong. You have a backwards Najee. Let's see what you got in your star status. Najee Harris right there. Look at that. That's a pretty looking card, Najee Harris. There's a Javonte Adams. He got a nice new deal. Keenan. Jalen Waddle. Brandon Cooks. Christian McCaffrey. Jerry, don't call me Judy. Chase Claypool. We have a Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Russ Wilson. Danny Dimes. There's a Mr. Higgins right there. Dalvin Cook and Devonta Smith. All right, nice pack. All right, Thomas, those cards coming your way, my friend. Alright guys, our next break, we are jumping into a little bit of baseball. Don't worry if you don't see your name. We'll get to that in a moment. We are looking at a Centennial baseball. All right. We are going to figure out what letter everybody's going to get, and then we'll figure out what items we're going to be using in this break. All you have to do is put in the chat one letter from the alphabet. That's all. One letter from the alphabet. Hey, you guys are all welcome, as always. All right. If this was the 7th time, Thomas would have the letter Z and Daniel would have the letter A, but we're going to squeeze things all the way around and change it up. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's 7 times. Daniel will have A, and Jake's going to have the Z, hoping for a Ben Zobrist. All right. That is how that list will break down. Let me go ahead, go in, we'll hit refresh and see what we got. All right, that's a look at the letters. We're going to figure out the items now. I'll go over the letters here in a little bit. We have box 4. Let's figure out the photo first. Photo numbers 5 and 8. 5 and 8 are the last 2 from this series. 5 and 8. So 5, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 8. Alright, so we're going to go with box 8, and that's the wrong button. Alright, so box 8. So it'll be this guy. Now we have to figure out a brand new case. Brand new. Well, we opened it tonight, so. And we're actually going to take just the top jersey, because we haven't numbered them. We're just going to take the top jersey, just like we did earlier with the baseball bag. We're going to take the top jersey. That's going to be the jersey in this break. Just because we haven't had a chance to number them yet. We'll do that tonight to save a little time. Now we got to figure out the Centennial. Are we going to use box 4 or box 10? 4 is actually on your right. 10 is going to be on your left for our massive potential Centennial item. 4 and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 10, guys. Box 10 for our Centennial baseball item. That is going to be this guy right here. Box 4, not today. Alright, guys. In our break, we have Daniel. Last call on those guesses, too. Daniel's got the letter A. Thomas has B. Jake has C. Mark D. Chris E. Daniel F. Candace has G. Jake H. Mark has I. Justin J. Michael K. Mark L. Paul M. Mark N. Andrew O. Jeff has P. Jake has Q. Aiden has R. Jake has S. Paul has T. Nate has U. We've got Troy V. Matthew W. Mark has XY. And Jake has Z. Alright, guys. I'm going to call no guesses left. Let's get our good luck baseball duck out there. Quack, quack. We're going to start out with the jersey. Alright, this was our baseball jersey. We're going to give this a cut across the top here. Ooh, here we go. From the St. Louis Cardinals, Speed Demon, the letter C, Vince Coleman. Jake, there you go. Vince Coleman. This dude could fly. If a road runner at the very least. Vince Coleman, the letter C. One out to Jake. Alright, Jake. Vince Coleman. Alright, here's box number 8 for the photo. Photo 8. Looking great. Alright. There we go. This is photo number 8. Look at this. Look at this. Former first overall draft pick, catcher Henry Davis. The letter D, Mark. Alright, Mark. I know that you have some Henry Davis photos, but I don't know if you have an 8x10 of this guy. Mark is a Pirates fan, so this will work out for Mark. Congratulations, Mark. Henry Davis. This is the year. All the other young draft picks are coming up and doing well. It's time for Henry Davis to do it. All right, Mark. Henry Davis is coming your way. He's a Buccos guy, too, so that worked out. Henry Davis, 8x10, former first overall pick. All right, guys, here we go. Box 10. This is the Centennial. This is the big stuff right here. Huge, huge potential. Remember, this was a product that was not released to the public, only for the top buyers from Gold Rush, which I am very privileged to say that they think I am. All right, guys. Box 10. Golden Seal. Golden Seal. All right. We have. Oh my God. Holy cow, guys. This is an insane hit. This is an insane hit. And it's a letter that you guys are not thinking. Mark doesn't care. I'm going to tell you right now. Mark doesn't care anymore about the Henry Davis. He just cares that he just got an Ichiro autograph. Pete Beckett 10 autograph right there. Look at that. That is an Ichiro Beckett 10 autograph. Boom! Mark, what a hit. Clear 2002 tradition. Ichiro autograph rookie. Autograph rookie of Ichiro. Boom! That's huge. What a hit, Mark. Congratulations. Ichiro coming up. I'm telling you, those Centennials we've had some great hits. All right. What a hit. Autograph rookie of Ichiro for Mark. All right, Mark, that'll be coming down your way. What a hit. All right, our letters are DIC. So we got Dick here. DIC are our letters. All right, D, I, and C. Chris, Mr. Harrison, I got you with the letter C. Alright, I could be wrong, but I think the only person that got it correctly is Mr. Harrison. Alright, Mr. Harrison, I'm going to make things very, very, very nice for you. One of the items, really big potential. The other item, real potential, and your whammy's gonna suck. Mr. Harrison, your whammy is gonna be putrid. But your hits, woo, your hits are gonna be big. Well, I can't guarantee that they're going to be big, but the potential is big. But I should word it like that. The potential is big. Alright, Mr. Harrison. You have a shark. You have gingerbread, and you have rose gold. Alright, Mr. Harrison. Like I said, your hits, really nice potential here. Your whammy. Alright, rose gold. not even gonna offer you a chance to trade. Alright, Chris, you passed up on this guy right here. This was a hobby pack from Historic Autographs, the Gilded Age. Alright, yes, the Gilded Age Historic Autographs pack. So, hobby pack, missed out on that one. Chris, you also missed out on your whammy! And I told you. Woo! The Hunger Games, your very own pack of Hunger Game cards. You missed out on a doozy. Alright, Chris, this is potential for a monster. You got yourself a hobby pack with a guaranteed autograph rookie. Could be one auto and one memorabilia card, or, Chris, it could be two autograph cards. Alright, here we go. Let's get this hobby package. It's right there. Let me put your sticker on this, Chris, for you. Let's open it up, see what you got. Alright. Well, holy Toledo. Wow. Okay. Well, this is something. Alright, we have an Isaac Pacheco. Isaac Pacheco right there from the Detroit Tigers. You have a Matthew Barefoot. Matthew Barefoot. What a last name. Matthew Barefoot out of $9.99. You have a short print. Ryan Spikes to 44? 49? 69? I honestly can't tell. It's a sweet card, though. Alright, you have a patch card with a little jersey stripe going through of Aaron Sabato. Aaron Sabato from the Twins. Alright, so this is a patch card. But how about a RPA of Jeter Downs? Jeter Downs on an RPA right there. Alright, so you have a Jeter Downs RPA. Alright, so the auto and the patch. Alright, so you got a Aaron Sabato patch with a little stripe and then a Jeter Downs auto. Alright, Chris, those cards coming your way. You are welcome. Welcome. Alright. It's time for our figurine break. Alright, it's one figurine, one photo, and one jersey. We know the jersey is going to be jersey box 5, guys. This is our jersey. We don't know what figurine and what photo we're going to use. Let's figure out the photo first. Alright, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 for our photo. Go ahead and give me one letter from the alphabet, just like you did on our previous break. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Alright, this will be box 8. Box 8 for this one. That guy. Now we have to figure out, we know we're breaking box 8 for the photo, we know we're breaking box 5 for the jersey, we don't know what figurine. We have every number but the number 4. Alright, every number but 4. And we don't have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Alright, box 7 on the 7th time. Let me grab that real quick. Box 7. So coming on box number 7. This guy. Box 1 is out of there. Let me just go cross off 7 on my cheat sheet. figure out the numbers that everybody's going to have in our break. Don't worry, that was all of my... Luckily, none of the memorabilia just fell, but my notepad, and hey, I found my mom's books that I was looking for the other day. My notepad fell though. So when it breaks end, I put everything on a notepad after all the computer stuff here, and sit down and figure out who's getting all the orders so I can ship it out correctly. Alright guys, figure out this. Alright, George all the way to George on this one. 7 times. This will be the order. 1, 2, 3. There's 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. George has going to have the letter A, and Jake. Jake, it's your night to have the Z. Alright, Jake will have the letter Z on this one. Ben Zobrist. Oh, Zendaya is a possibility. Remember, Zendaya is a possibility on the figurine. Alright, guys, last call on those guesses here. We have George with A, Jake has BC, George has D, Mark has E, Troy has F, Gregory's got G, Mark has H, Chris has I, Aiden's got J. Hey, that's the letter Aiden was guessing in the last break. George has KLM, Mark has N, George O, Sean P, Daniel Q, Mark R, Jake S, Sean's got the letter T, George U, Paul V, George has WXY, and Jake's got the Z. Alright guys, let's go. Good luck everyone. Good luck. Life is like a box of mystery figurines. You just never know what you're going to get. Alright, this is photo number 8. Photo 8. We are actually going to start up here. Well, look at this. Look at that. Texas Ranger. Juan Gonzalez. I always thought it was interesting. Juan Gonzalez is a 2-time MVP. He's also only a 2-time All-Star. I always thought that was kind of an interesting thing that he only won. And I think one of the years he was an All-Star was not an MVP. I think he won an MVP of the year he was not an All-Star, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, Juan going on to Gregory. Greg, congratulations. Juan coming your way. Alright, it's jersey time. This is box 5. Box 5. Alright, so get that guy back out there. 5. It's sealed up. Secondary seal's right there. Give it a cut. Alright, here we go. Look at this. From the Chicago Bears, the letter H. This is going up to Mark. Mark, another nice hit tonight. How about this? Hall of Famer Dan Hampton. Dan Hampton, Hall of Famer 2002 on that for the Bears. Beckett on the authentication. Dan Hampton. All right, Dan Hampton for the Bears. Beckett on your authentication. Mark. Hey, Greg, congrats. All right, this is figurine number 7. Figurine number 7. Sealed up. All right. We'll just go ahead and give it a cut all the way down. Does look like a Funko. Do think we have a Funko coming. All right. Give it a cut across up here. Yep. Definitely is a Funko. All right. Here we go. This is one we've never seen. Wow. Alright. We have Tiny Tiger from Crash, the video game Crash. Tiny Tiger. Autograph Beckett Authentication. Guys, I'm going to have to look this up. Beckett Authentication. Crash. Pop Games. Tiny Tiger. Alright, let's see who this is. Anybody out there know? I know I don't. Probably the voice actor, obviously. Alright, so we have U61902. And then we got 6683. This is Brandon O'Brien. Brandon O'Brien. Alright, so Brandon O'Brien. And this is going to go, Brendan O'Brien, what did you just hit this? Brendan O'Brien. George, there you go. Brendan O'Brien coming out of here. Brendan O'Brien is going to be coming your way, George. On the Funko. So the Funko King strikes again. Alright, so Brendan O'Brien is a music producer. Oh. He actually passed away. This guy actually passed away right here. I can be honest, I don't know a lot. Brendan O'Brien, actor, additional crew writer, passed away in 2023. But voiced all these, you know, known for. Alright, so that'll go out to you there, George. Congratulations. Brendan O'Brien Funko going out to George. You are welcome. I have seen a lot of Funkos, and many of the times we've pulled a Funko that I have seen the unautographed version. I actually have never seen this Funko before. I don't know if it's considered a very, very rare Funko, but very cool. Alright, so we have HOG, so we got Hog. HOG, Hog on our, and yes, I try to make a word so I can remember as I go through the list. Hog for the guesses. Alright, Charlene, I've got you. Mike Shash, Charlene, Hog. Alright, I think, Charlene, I think you're the only one. Alright, I could be wrong, but I think Charlene is the only correct guess on this one. Alright, Charlene. Alright, Charlene. You are going to have 2 hits, 1 whammy. We have the gingerbread, we have silver, and we have gold, Charlene. Go ahead and make a selection. Whichever box of mystery you would like, it's yours. And then we're going to have 2 breaks after this, guys. 2 breaks remaining. Yeah, it's Mike Anderson is Charlene. It's the same person, Andrew. Greg, it is going to be baseball next. I don't even need to ask. Or all right, silver it is. All right, Charlene. That means you passed up on the Christmas one, and the Christmas one actually had a historic autographs all-time greats Christmas pack. All right, so this hobby pack is not today. All right, and then you went with silver, and you passed up the gold. Inside of gold was the whammy, and this was a Jack in the Box, quite literally in a box of Jack in the Box. So this Jack in the Box icon and icon is going to be saved for another time. Alright, Shirton. This is going to be your box. Inside of here, how about this? How about a Historic Autographs Gilded Age hobby pack? Alright, so we've got a Gilded Age hobby pack from Historic Autographs coming out to Charlene. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Alright. You have Ogress of Reading. Ogress of Reading. You have the Iron Bull. Iron Bull right there. You have Collis P. Huntington. Collis P. Huntington. You have the Sherman Antitrust Act. There is the Custer's Last Stand. Custer's Last Stand. The Statue of Liberty dedication. You have an Agar de Grasse. Agar de Grasse. There is a Jenny Lind. Jenny Lind. There is a Cussy Lord Davis. And there is a short print here. Short print of Dynamite. There's actually real Dynamite. Not real Dynamite, but Dynamite. And this is a short print. This is number 18. This is actually number 18 of 25 on your Dynamite card. This is number 18, short print of 25. Alright, so that is your Gilded Age pack from Historic Autographs. Alright, Charlene. And those are fun, if you guys aren't aware. Aren't the cheapest thing, but they're a lot of fun, and the relics are so amazing when we can pull a relic. We pulled one what was on autograph redemption out of one of these, so on a poster. So really cool product. Alright, friends. Hopefully you enjoy that, Charlene. And if you haven't yet, hit that like button, subscribe, give positive feedback, I don't know. Hug a friend, tell your brother, your sister, your daughter, your daddy, your mom, your cousin, your grandpa that you love them. You never know. Nothing's cheap anymore. even a card that you send somebody for their birthday isn't cheap anymore. Alright, guys. I'm going to have everybody out there. You are going to put in the chat juiced or not juiced. That's right, juiced or not juiced. Alright, and as you guys know that have been breaking with me for a while, by the definition of the product, juiced means that the item is a big hit. It could be a Joe DiMaggio, but by the definition of our guest, it means the person did not play professional baseball, and that means a guy like Muhammad Ali or Peyton Manning would be a juiced for our guests. Alright, we got to figure out our two baseballs that we're going to use here. Alright, our two baseballs. On the table, on your far right top is box 1, bottom is box 2. We also then have numbers, I can't see this, give me a second here, 3, 4, 7, and 8. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Alright, so 8 and 2. 8 and 2 are going to be in this break. So 8's going to replace box 1, actually. 8 will replace box 1. Alright, here goes box 8. There goes box 1. Alright, for the bat, I have 1 on the table, Let me see the two numbers I have over here. 3 and 4. So we have 1, 3, and 4 here for our bats. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. All right, bat 3. Let me grab that. Bat number 3. All right, so this is bat number. Adios, numero uno. All right, last call. Well, I didn't say what. Yeah, I did say what to do. Last call on those guesses. Chris has the Diamondbacks. Jose's got the Braves. Justin with the Orioles. Brandon's in the house here with the Red Sox. Troy's got the Cubs. Angela with the White Sox. Curtis has the Reds. Chris has the Guards. And Chris S with the Guards. Chris R with the Rocks. David's got the Tigers. Casey with the Astros. Michael's got the Royals. George with the Angels. Jake has the Dodgers. Chris with the Marlins. Gregory, you're going to have the Brewers. Chris with the Twins. Gregory's got the Mets. Case has the Yanks. Chris with the A's. Daniel's got the Phillies. David with the Pirates. Ryan's got the Padres. Zach's got his Giants. Daniel with the M's. Michael's got the Cards. Chris has the Rays and the Rangers. Mike has the Jays. Chad's got the Nets. No more guesses? All right, guys. Good luck here. All right, get our baseball duck back out there. Box 2, quack, quack. All right, so this is box 2. Let's see if we can pull a big one. Secondary seal is going to be this guy right there. We're going to cut across like so. All right, here's a name we've seen. We've actually seen on a jersey and on a bat lately. It's been a while since we saw it on a baseball, though. All right, we have slamming Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa, Troy. Troy on the hit right there for the Cubbies. Congratulations, Troy. Sammy Sosa on a Rawlings black. Rawlings gold baseball. Black and gold baseball. With a silver signature. All right, so that, oh, there we go, Sammy Sosa. All right, so let me mark that down. Troy is a Cubs fan, so that works out for Troy. All right, this is baseball 8. Alright, so we're at not juiced so far. Let's see. Oh, okay. By definition of the product, it's juiced. By definition of the guessing, it's also juiced. Alright, we have seen this on a baseball before, but it's been a little while. Alright, we've seen this name tonight already even. This is going to get razzed off. We have a Rawlings, Major League Baseball. You've got questions, and I've got the answer. Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson on the autograph baseball. This baseball will be razzed off to all 30 teams. The juiced baseball is Allen Iverson. So if you guess juiced, you're going to get a chance at a box of mystery. Alright, it's bat time. Bat time. Bat time. Alright, bat number 3. Bat 3. Alright, the way they designed these boxes, it has to be open on this side. But we will show the... This is where the knob is down there, so they're going to be open on the barrel. But we're going to be opening it up top here. Alright, Louisville Slugger. Okay, that autograph could not be more on the edge than I've never seen an autograph more on the edge of a bat than I have on this one. There is the auto all the way there. Joni? Judy? That could be Johnny Damon, actually. I bet that is. Alright, we're going to find out. But that normally the autos are here. This is down there. We're going to find out a little bit more. I bet that is Johnny Damon. That would be a royal hit if it is. Alright, let's find out who this is. This is JSA on our authentication. CH 86863. It is Johnny Damon. How about that? Look at that, Johnny Damon, and I'm almost positive that's a Royals hit. I'll double check. But let's find out. Is this a Royals hit? Hold on. Let's type in Johnny Damon. There we go. That tends to be a hint. That tends to be a hint. No facial hair in any of these photos. Alright. Games played. Yep, no doubt about it. Close between the Yankees and Boston, but no doubt about it. Kansas City Royal, Johnny Damon. Alright, so Johnny Damon Royal. Michael, Mr. Evans. Congratulations, Michael Evans. Johnny Damon's coming your way. Alright, let me mark that down. Alright, Allen Iverson. Alright, who's going to get the AI baseball? Alright, Allen Iverson. We'll put it like that. Who's going to get the Iverson baseball? All 30 teams. Well, it's funny. If Johnny Damon's a guy that was a huge prospect in the early 90s, early to mid 90s, 92, 93, 94, 95 range. But when I think of him, I think of him as a Red Sox, though, because he's on that 2014. But, you know, he played some good years with the Yankees. Had his best year of his career, though, if I'm not mistaken, was with the Royals. And then they traded him to Oakland. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he had a really good year with Tampa Bay even towards the end of his career. Alright, Allen Iverson. Here we go. 7 times. Top name on the 7th time. Top team. Gonna get the AI baseball. There's 3. We're at 4. There's 5. One more makes it 6. Let's go. Yep, here we go. 7th time. Top name gets the baseball. New York Mets. The Mets are gonna get the Allen Iverson. Alright, Allen Iverson going to the Mets. That's Gregory. Gregory, there you go. Stuck around. Got a hit. Alright, Gregory. Allen Iverson, that AI baseball is coming your way. Alright, Gregory. Let me mark that down for you. Allen Iverson. Alright. You are welcome. All right. All these guys, best known, the late 90s into the early 2000s was the best part of their careers, all of them. All right. Juiced. If you said juiced, you're going to have a chance here at the giveaway here. Juiced. All right. So Chris, Mike, Nate, all going to have a chance. Greg's going to have a chance at the box of mystery. Troy will as well. Aiden's going to have a shot. Chris, Mike, you're going to all have shots. Shauna, Mike's Charlene, George, and then, hey, Jeff, I've got you in there. As does Thomas Sweeney. Alright, Jeff S. and Thomas Sweeney. Alright, I'm going to put the 3 boxes of mystery out there, guys. 3 boxes of mystery. And it'll be 2 hits. And we'll go 2 hits and 1 whammy. Two hits. All right. We have a butterfly. We have a rose gold, and we're gonna have gold. All right. And I'm not gonna lie, I gotta redo what's in these boxes because I did not put baseball items in one of the boxes, and I can't make it obvious which one it was. That was an oops. I just realized it as I walked over. I'm like, wait a second. No, I didn't. All right, 2 hits, 1 whammy. We're good now. It wasn't a bad. It was a football item, but it just would have been odd to do it that way. So had to be transparent. All right, 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Jeff! Alright, Jeff. That's a good thing for you here, Jeff. Go ahead and make a box of mystery selection for you here, Jeff. Rose gold or the butterfly or the gold. Rose gold, butterfly, or gold. Which break do we do? My mind is blown away. We did baseball. It's this one. Rose gold. Alright. It means you passed up on the butterfly. And the butterfly was not 1 but 2 packs of Chronicles Baseball. So 2 different years, 2 different packs. Alright, then he passed up on gold. Inside of gold was, hey, like I said, Read Across America Day is coming up. Oh, the places you'll go. Alright, oh, the places you'll go. Alright, Jeff. This is a hobby pack. A Topps Heritage 2021 Baseball Hobby Pack. Minor League Baseball. Let's see if we can get you an auto. Alright, Jeff, let's see if we can end your night with an auto here. Alright, you have an Andre Lepikis, Greg Jones, Miguel Amaya. There is a Nick Gonzalez, Pirates card. Kiani Cavaco, Matthew Liberatore, nice pitcher. Andre Nene, and Gunnar Henderson rookie. There you go. A nice card to end that pack. Gunnar Henderson rookie card. Pre-rookie, if you really want to be honest. Alright, Jeff. Nice card at the end. Alright, guys. Our final break of the evening. We know it's going to be that helmet right there. What we don't know is what jersey it's going to be paired up with. Alright, to end the night, everybody's going to give me 1 NFL team. Everybody put 1 NFL team. Everybody that guesses correctly will get a chance at a box of mystery. If it's more than 4 people, so if it's 5 or more, I'll just put prizes out at the end there. If it's 4 or less, we'll do boxes of mystery. We have 1, 4, and 8 as possibilities for our jersey. 1, 4, and 8. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. Box 4. And I get it. It's been a long day for me too. I start work at 7:30. I took a half day. Was at the hospital for 4 hours, 4.5 hours, and then been prepping for this and doing this break. So I get it. It's a long day, and I apologize. These breaks are a little bit longer. I want them to be under 4 hours long. They're a little bit longer just because I'm not doing 2 breaks in 1 week right now. I hope to be back with that once life is a little bit more normal, but I appreciate you guys. And like I always say, it's recorded. If you can't watch it live, it is recorded. Jake's got the Cardinals, Sarah with the Falcons, Michael's got the Ravens, Mike has his Bills, Richard with the Panthers, Rick's got the Bears, Case has the Bungles, Mike with the Brownies, Charlene's got the Boys, Michael Motorcycle with the Broncos, David's got the Lions, Chris got the Packers, David with the Texans, Jeff has the Colts and the Jags, Brandon's got the Chiefs, Michael's got the Raiders, Stephanie's got the Chargers, Sarah's got the Rams, David's got the Dolphins, the Vikes, the Pats, and the Saints, Jeff has the Giants, David with the Jets, Daniel with the Eagles, John's got the Steelers, Zach's got the Niners, Thomas with the Seahawks, Case with the Bucks, George with the Titans, and David is sitting on the commode. Alright. Have a good night, everybody. Let's go. Let's end the night right here with the big one. Let's do it. Let's dial it up. And you know what? Let's get a little beer juice on this. Let's get crazy. Box 4, black bag, number 4. Giving a cut across the top. Look at that. Look at that. Neil Smith from the Kansas City Chiefs. Alright, taking us back to the 90s. Great defensive lineman, linebacker, Neil Smith. Neil Smith, the Chiefs. And that's going to go out to Brandon. Brandon Beckett on your authentication. Alright, Brandon, congrats. Neil Smith. Good player right there. Multiple Pro Bowler with a couple NFC or AFC West teams. Chiefs. Alright, last break, last item. Let's go. Good luck, everybody. This is box 19. 19 right here. This is our sealed up box doing its thing. There is another seal level, which we'll go through in a moment. Alright. Secondary seal. Alright, guys, good luck. There's our helmet. Here we go. This team just won a big game, but he was not on it. He is retired now, but how about this? From the Seattle Seahawks. Defensive back, Earl Thomas on a beautiful helmet right there. Defensive back, legendary Seahawks, Earl Thomas. That is a Beckett authentication on that sweet looking helmet right there. Earl Thomas. Like that. TQ on the hit. Thomas. What a hit, Thomas. Earl Thomas. Hey, it's not just me either, David. Thank you so much. I hope your grandson had a blast. I guess I never hit this button. And don't go anywhere. Alright, so that is Thomas. Earl Thomas. So we have a Seahawk hit and a Chief hit. Two of the last 3 Super Bowl champions right here. All right, Seahawks and Chiefs. Hey, Chris, you're always welcome. Hey, Mike, I don't know if you saw my message. There was a thing, I don't know if you missed it. I sent you a message on eBay, Mike. I don't know if you saw it tonight. So, Mike Widows, just wanted to let you know. All right, Seahawks and Chiefs. If no one guessed. Oh, there, Mike, I got you with the Chiefs. You're going to get something. All right, the only person I see with the correct guess is Mike. I'm also going to give Aiden something, all right? Mike and Aiden, you stuck around all night, Aiden. Had a good time with Grandpa. You'll get one more box of mystery. I'll do no whammies in here even. I'll do no whammies. Mike, you're going to get something first, and then we'll let Aiden get a pick. Alright, so Mike and then Aiden. We'll each get a box of mystery here. Get some good stuff. Alright. Hey, no worries, Mike. Mr. Widows. It was something that I think was just missed from last week, and it's not a big deal. I knew you were good for it. Alright, Mr. Widows, you can pick, and then Aiden, you get to pick a box as well. Thank you guys so much. I will have this stuff on the website here in the next, 5 minutes once the break ends, so everything's pretty much ready to go. And then any messages, I will try to get people reached out to each other tomorrow morning. Sunday, I'm not going to be around. I'm going to be at the hospital and with my family most of Sunday, just a FYI for everybody. And then tomorrow evening, I'll be out with my family. Hey, Daniel, you're awesome. I appreciate you. Mr. Evans, Mike Evans. Hopefully Mike Evans is still here. Mike Evans, pick a box. And David, you can have Aiden pick a box. David, if you want to pick one, go ahead. I'll just start opening it. Mr. Evans, if you're here, I'll let you pick a box. If not, I'll just send you a bonus pack here, Mr. Evans. Alright, gold for David. And then, like I said, I don't know if Mr. Evans left. Hey, you're awesome too, Jake. Shauna, if Shauna's there, tell her she's awesome. If not, well, she's still awesome, but you don't have to tell her. Alright, David. Gold it is. This will be your box here, David. This one, hey, this is a good pack. Aiden. That's a 2019 Prism Draft Picks for Aiden. Alright, let me put that on here. Alright, Aiden. 2019 Prism Draft Picks. Well, you're going to love the card on the back. I'm just going to say that. Herschel Walker. How about that? How about that looking Peyton Manning? But how about that Prism Tyreek Hill? Tyreek Hill Prism. West Alabama. Adrian Peterson. But check out that. That's Barry Sanders. There you go. The legend himself, Barry Sanders. Adrian Peterson, Tyreek Hill, Prism. You got a Peyton Manning and a Herschel Walker. All right. All those cards will be yours, Aiden. And then, I don't know. Did Mike? Yeah, I think Mike left. That's all right. Mr. Evans, I will send you a sealed up pack. It's all good. Hey, you are welcome, David, and hope you had a good time. Hopefully, I don't know if he's staying with you all weekend, but either way, I hope you guys have a great time. I know you're going out tomorrow and having some fun, so that should be a lot of fun, what you mentioned to me. You guys all take care, and I'm going to add a pack here that I'll send to Mr. Evans. All right, guys, have a great weekend. Take care. I appreciate you guys. This means so much, getting a break from what has been a very tiresome few weeks. So, we'll tell Sean I appreciate it. All right, guys, take care. You're welcome.